đây mày ơi bọn phone dơ nè mà lại hô chlong tất hất chlong tôl triêm bờ mình đào sát có xin ho đài hello Lý Hiên hai Lý Hiên hello vì sao số xuân này to số đây cho nên để buồn nào Văn Thông hello Panya mốt Panya anh chẳng thử nè chia sẻ và anh chung một câu đó trời mà hello chia sẻ la con chia sẻ la hello ui cũng hay bỏ yên luôn nè không mắc luôn ấy nè thông đã tư toàn bồn năm thay ngược mau trăm mong xa bớt mà không phần đi cợt sao mẹ là ngược cắt cái đà càng nghe dương to tiệt này bò bà hơi càng nghe thú ấy mà một pi pon sập đó mong bồn cắt riêng hay cắt pi pon sập cắt mưa chút chôm mà mơn lỡ nè mơn sập càng đấy mà sân này dương phở mà sân print cắt sân thông món đường tại mình cái lại đã tiết ha chỉ ít bên mà còn nơi háng vì mình cái lại nhà mà sân print thông máu đã cắt plate hai ó nữa nó quay cắt đầy như thế anh ấy dùng hạt pran sạch đống cắt vui tới kèn làm thịt đống đầy á bán thịt đống đầy mùi thì từ từ thả vào dầu tại vì hot vô cái đã bòn lợn cho bòn này tia vừa tha cho hồi lợn spec á tia lên tôi chót cả bọt khát tôi lớn cả bọt khát cho nên thằng phí còn là bạc cả lái món cho nên chờ là bạc cả chót cho nên tịch sao ta dừng short tâm bọc season ngày nó trong lên chợ này tại vì chợ ngày sốc cho nằm mơ đi dân ngày sốc khỏi màu ấy mạch lấy lọ chuyện ngày sốc ngày chăn chỉ tu tới tha chăn đầm drop rồi ta chỉ tu tới ngày chắn nhưng mà đi cái này bóng ôn lên chọn BT cả trend mía làm gì trả tôn tàu mía hay chạy xây nhé cho đi cái mình một ngày chăn ngày kia start lên bàn ngày put căn đờ lò cho bằng ngày chắn chọc như ngày tích xa hay chiều sang ngày sọc cứ ngày cái thứ phi trong vòng 4 cho 5 bị nhắm tục tới cọt cho 5 mưa lúc nãy sẵn đấy chưa ha sắp bán này chầm tay chẹt đây lúc nãy tới vừa thả khơi việc đôi cho vậy trong giới dăm chưa mà rồi phía rồi này dân thể chăm là cái giấy chưa ta ha sắp bán này kết mưa lúc nãy chẹt đây tới chăm kịch vị chạy vía mạch y mạch tại sầm đập nhóm ngày na còn lấy nè họ khó trade 3 đó còn là nhóm chọn lấy nhóm phép nhận để quật tầm start rồi có quật tầm tệ ចូលវិស័យនេះមកហៅវិស័យទៅឌីងវិស័យបាត់បង់លុយឈ្មោះថ្មីវិស័យបាត់បង់លុយមុននឹងទទួលបានវិស័យបាត់បង់ទ្រព្យមុននឹងទទួលបានទ្រព្យអ្នកចូលវិស័យហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិនជឿថាបងប្អូនចូលឲ្យសល់លុយសល់ឡានច្រើនទេនិយាយមែនតា100នាក់មិននិយាយដល់100នាក់ទេយើងនិយាយធំ10នាក់អ្នកសល់ហ្នឹងច្រើន2 3នាក់អស់ហើយជួបអើយសង្កេតខ្ញុំតាមសួរហ្មងតាមមើលហ្មងអ្នកដែលសល់ក្នុងវិស័យហ្នឹងតិចធ្វើមិនក៏នៅអសល់តិចវាពិបាកមានកតាច្រើនកតាដែរខ្ញុំទៅបញ្យល់ពីចិត្តវិទ្យាចាប់ប៉ិតមិនបានគេបង្កើតProker មកមិនបានគេបង្កើត Exchange មកគេមានសង្ឃឹមអីបានគេបង្កើតអាហ្នឹងមកខ្ញុំយល់ហើយកាលមុនយល់បាន20 30% ឥឡូវយល់បាន50-60% ទៀតអីដូចជំនាន់ខ្ញុំស្រាវជ្រាវរឿងCC គាត់មិនបានគាត់ធ្វើការបុគ្គលិកក្រុមហ៊ុន Exchange គេសោះហ្នឹងគាត់ផ្លាស់ប្ដូរតាំងពីធ្វើបុគ្គលិកគេឡើងទៅធ្វើ Top 1 Exchange នៅក្នុងជុំវិញពិភពលោកបានខ្ញុំទំយល់កាលមុនដូចជា NAS ឈ្មោះស្អីគេ NAS អីគេនេះវានិយាយវីដេអូតាក់ទងនឹងដែរខ្ញុំទៅស្រាវជ្រាវលេងឥឡូវខ្ញុំចាប់ដើមយល់ច្រើនហើយថាមេដែលក្រុមពងហ្នឹងដល់ពេលខ្ញុំមកស្ទង់សៀបខ្លួនឯងដោយយើងបង្កើតជាគ្រប់ការឌីទីតកាន់តែដឹងបូកជាមួយខ្ញុំផ្សំគុំខ្ញុំធ្វើការឲ្យគេទៀតទៅខ្ញុំដឹងហ្មងខ្ញុំដឹងតួលេខច្រើនអ្នកដែលចាញ់អ្នកដែលឈ្នះមិនអីមិនឈ្នះហើយទៅវិញចាញ់ហើយមិនទាន់បានឈ្នះគ្រប់សពខ្ញុំមានកូនខ្ញុំបរៀនកូនខ្ញុំពីការ trade ក៏ពិបាកទៀតណាពិបាកក្នុងការណែនាំវាថាបានកូនមកវាដុងខាងហ្នឹងហ្មងល្អតែបើអត់ដុងខាងនេះអត់រុញចូលខាងហ្នឹងវិញចូលផ្សៃផ្សេងផ្សៃ trade នេះកើតទេតែបើយើងល្បីល្បាញហ្មងបើយើងអ្នកល្បីល្បាញហ្មងអត់អីទេអ្នកល្បីល្បាញហ្មងស្រួលណាពុញកូនចូលណាខាងវិស័យហ្នឹងថែមកូនអត់ចេះដាក់ឯងចាក់ខ្សែអើបន្តិចមានហ្មងខ្ញុំគិតថាឡើងខ្ញុំ short តាមបងបាន10លេខជាងអត់កាត់ចូលតាំងកាត់ចោលកាត់10លេខអត់កាត់ថ្ងៃហូរឆ្លងវិចបាសសក់ទៅយូនបើណែចាហូរឲ្យស្គាល់ត្រូវតែស្គាល់ក្នុងគ្រប់ពេលវេលាក្នុងវិស័យហ្នឹងបងបានម៉ោងបានដើរផ្សារម៉ោង5មុនម៉ោង5ទៅក៏លឿនមកក៏លឿនបងនិយាយត្រូវទាំងអស់ចុះបងទៅខកអីខកគេគង់ដឹងដែរលើលោកហ្នឹងគ្មានអីដែលអាចលាក់បាំងគេបានអូនតែចាំពាក្យបងទុកទៅរឿងដែលអាចកុហកគេបានលាក់គេបានណាទោះប៉ុណ្ណាក៏មិនអាចកុហកនៅតែគេដឹងអញ្ចឹងដឹងណាគេដឹងអត់បងប្អូនគឺខ្លួនឯងមនុស្សទី1ដែលយើងមិនអាចខកបានមិនអាចលាក់បាំងបានគឺខ្លួនឯងយល់អត់ទោះយើងខំប្រឡប់មិនក៏យើងអាចបោកខ្លួនឯងបានយល់កំរដែលបោកខ្លួនឯងបានមនុស្សណៃឮពាក្យគេថាមនុស្សទទួលស្គាល់ការពិតអ្នកដែលឆ្លងដល់ដំណាក់កាលមួយហ្នឹងគេហៅកំពូលដែលយល់ដែលអាចធ្វើនឹងបានណាគាត់ថាវាមានដែរនៅក្នុងសង្គមយើងច្រើនគាត់អ្នកដែលហាត់ខ្លួនឯងអាហ្នឹងដូចយើងហាត់ចឹងហាត់ដល់កម្រិតហ្នឹងមានយើងខ្លាំងធ្វើការងារគេហៅធ្វើការងារធំកើតហាត់ដល់កម្រិតមួយហ្នឹងដូចឆៅចឹងយល់អត់ដឹងថាខ្លួនឯងខុសតែអសារភាពវាយល់អ្នកធ្វើការធំដុំដឹកនាំបានអាហ្នឹងតែបើនៅជនតូចតាចងាយធ្វើនឹងបានឆាប់បាក់បៀពេលដែលយើងធ្វើខុសដាក់ឈ្មោះជាមួយខ្ញុំហៅឈ្មោះថ្មីដាក់ក្នុងវិស័យ trade វិស័យ ហើយហនជួយហននឹកគ្នាសៃ trade ហ្នឹងបើក live ចោល countdown ទៅដល់នោះបងប្អូន PC ខ្ញុំកំពុងតែឡងឥឡូវចំណេញទៀតឯ PC បាន6,700លេខបងប្អូនណាខ្លះបានឡងមកខ្ញុំឲ្យឡងអាពេលមុនបិទសារហ្នឹងកាត់ចំណេញ short ហើយឥឡូវយើងចូលឡងទៀតបងប្អូនចូលចំណេញលុយទៀតឯងបងប្អូនអាចមើលហោប្រឡោះ TP ទៅចូលលុយចាយលេង BC បងប្អូនណាខ្លះបានចូលឡងមកខ្ញុំ BC អូយើងមកបងនេះក៏បានដែរអូកុំលេងសើចបងប្អូនខ្ញុំមើលសិនចឹង BC ខ្ញុំឲ្យបងប្អូនចូលឡងនៅតម្លៃក្រោមនេះត្រូវហើយមើលឡើងបានច្រើនដែរចឹងពុំមកយើងចូលពុំ62,500ហើយតាមចាំដូចជា62,500ឯងចុយខ្ញុំមើលសិនមើលចូលតម្លៃបានបែកទេ62,500ហ្នឹងឯងតាឥឡូវវាឡើងបាន63អូខេ2,500ត្រូវតា63បងនៅតបសាបើកមែនអញ្ចឹងហើយអូនសាបើក countdown គ្នាបងទៅដល់ក្លុកលៀនអស់ហើយប៉ុណ្ណោះហៅចូលមកនិយាយសាក់ណាត់គ្នាទៅដល់ក្លុកលៀនណាស់បើកហើយដេកទេការ បងដបងត្រេតអើយបងកាលបងត្រេតដបងយានណាដែរអូយជួនដូរសង្សារ4នាក់5នាក់ខ្ញុំតាំងនៅរៀនអូនខ្ញុំនៅបងស្គាល់បើតែបងចំណងហ្នឹងវាបោកច្រើនអាចនិយាយថាតាំងពីរៀននៅវិទ្យាល័យតែខាងហ្នឹងយើងនៅលេលើមិននឹងខ្យល់អីទេគេប្រាប់ថាកខអញ្ចឹងដែរគេមិនតាមគេយល់អត់ណាពីច្រើនចំណងហ្នឹងគឺអញ្ចឹងលេលើអូនតចូលឆ្នាំទីអាចថាឆ្នាំទី2ចាប់ដើមសិក្សានោះឯងពួកគេបោក3ដងដែរអ្នកបោកមានណាครับអ្នកអ្នកស្គាល់ហ្នឹងឯងអូនពីច្រើនរាប់អានគ្នាហ្នឹងបោកអ្នកដតីមកបោកដូចអត់ទេតែឯងហ្នឹងបោកត្រេតយូរមិនយូរអត់សំខាន់យើងរៀនជឿបងសំខាន់កុំឲ្យគេបោកងាយជារឿងល្អបំផុតតែស្មានឥឡូវបាក់ទេការគេបោកដូចសម័យមុនសម័យកាលផ្លាស់ប្ដូរដែរជួយការបលិសមកអីការពេទ្យមកចាំមើលមួយថ្ងៃបើកាច់យកណាបលិសអីពេទ្យច្រឡំបលិសបែកចុយមកលើគេ3 IC បងអត់ផុស TikTok ដូចគេអត់ដឹងផុសពីអីអូនអត់ដឹងផុសពីអីណៃចង់ឲ្យបងផុសពីអីឥឡូវប្រាប់ content បងត្រូវផុសពីអីគេអត់ដឹងផុសពីអីបងវាដឹងត្រូវយកវីដេអូអីទៅផុសវាមានវីដេអូអីចម្រើនទៅផុសគេហ្នឹងមានវីដេអូអីបងអីមានតែវីដេអូតាក់ទាញគេមក trade យកលុយមកបោះចោលហ្នឹងបើសិនយើងធ្វើខ្វះទៅអូនធ្វើរាប់ចង់បាន1លានវីដេអូក៏មានណាចង់បានចឹងចាំពេលណាចង់ធ្វើចាំធ្វើតាក់ទាញគេមកមិននាំខ្មែរយើងឲ្យក្រងអស់ដាក់មកដាក់លុយចូលមក បើមិនក្រក៏ដើរស្រាតដែរបងប្អូនខ្មែរជនរួមជាតិទាំងអស់នាំគ្នាជប់ធ្វើអ្វីទាំងអស់មក trade មកដាក់$10ចំណេញ$100ដាក់$100ចំណេញ$10000ពេលចំណេញហើយហៅពូមីងជីដូនជីតាបងប្អូនយកលុយលក់ផ្ទះលក់ស្បែកមកដាក់ trade ឲ្យអស់មកមានតែវីដេអូបែបហ្នឹងអូនឃើញទេខ្ញុំ trade ឈ្នះលុយច្រើនណាស់ហេតុអ្វីបងប្អូនមិនជឿខ្ញុំដាក់លុយ trade ច្រើនមកជួលផ្ទះគេនៅលក់ផ្ទះចោលទៅដើម្បីខ្លាចជាសេដ្ឋីវល់លៀននេះគេ2030ខ្ញុំនឹងខ្លាចជាសេដ្ឋីវល់លៀនអាស្អីគេគ្រូជោគជ័យដាក់អំបែងកែវដុតភ្លើងអត់គ្នាដើរដោះបិជើងលើអំបែងកែវឆយមកហៅមែនណាមកតោះអ្នកចូលរួមកម្មវិធីហ្នឹងពីច្រើនអានេះសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំគិតថាពួកគាត់មិននឹកស្មានដល់ថ្នាក់ហ្នឹងទៅដើរលើអំបែងកែវអំបែងអីធ្វើដូចបូជាយ៉ាញ់នៅក្នុងរឿងសម័យមុនហ្នឹងសិទ្ធិវល់លៀនកើតចេញពីការដើរលើអំបែងជឿឯអាបើកូនណាមកតោះកូនកើតមកឃើញម៉ែឪខ្លួនឯងក្នុងអាវីដេអូហ្នឹងអញដឹងមិនទេមកបញ្ញាដាក់លុយច្រើនមកខ្លាចជាសិទ្ធិពវ័នលៀនដាក់ថ្ងៃនេះថ្ងៃស្អែកបានលុយអត់ចូលវីដដូចគេអើយអូនកន្សឹបអីក៏ល្អដែរ ICT SMC CRT ស្អីកន្សឹបអីក៏ល្អដែរ Academic ចឹងឈ្មោះ Academic ក៏ល្អគាត់នៅថាខាន់ចេះអាណារៀនអាណាធ្វើប្រើហ្នឹងទៅឡូយម៉ាប់ខូចគេគេចាត់ចែងហើយនេះវាចានេះអសគាត់ចង់មកអាចាឥឡូវព្រិនអានេះហើយវាសល់អានេះសល់ទូចញ៉ាំឆ្មិចទេគាត់ថាមើលអីមិនឃើញទេយ៉ាលេចអាណានេះហីហ្នឹងអូគាត់ឃើញគាត់ស្គាល់ហើយគាត់ដឹងហើយអសទៅនេះហ្នឹង free គាត់ទៅគាត់ចូលមិនយកអត់ទៅភ័យម៉េះមានអីអូនឹងគិតអាចស្អីទេខ្ញុំមិនតន់កាត់ចូលកាមេរ៉ាអស់ហើយបានហើយអើយកាត់នេះហើយនេះអានេះចិត្តហើយណាប្រេនច្រើនណាស់នេះម៉ែប៉ុណ្្នឹងម៉ែគិតមើលម៉ាននេះទាយមកច្រើនណាស់1លានសហរដ្ឋស្លឹកសោយស្អីដល់ទៅក្រោមវិញអត់ទៅគេយ៉ាងកុំមកចង់បឺតជក់ធម្មពលខ្ញុំទៀតតើតគេងមកក្បែរស្អីណែញ៉ាំអាកគ្រាប់ផ្ទុះមួយញ៉ាំមួយផ្ទុះបាន1រៀលញ៉ាំមួយបាន1រៀលមកកញ្ចប់អាងផ្ទុះតើអូមីអ៊ីក្មាប់នេះឃើញកោមែមកដេកមិនក្អូបស្អុយចុយមកនេះ25បូកនេះ25ទៀតអូខេ ទើបរៀនអា quarterly releatory បងហារត់គាត់និយាយមិនទេអូនផលបានប៉ុណ្ណាហើយរៀនអាហ្នឹងយើងចង់បែកចរុន1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 សល់50ស្លឹកទៀតទៀតគប់មិនដែរ thread 3 ស្អីគេហ្នឹងដឹងលេងហ្គេមអីជីវិតមកអែមដែរបងមាន monthly weekly cycle ចឹងចង់វល់មិនចង់វល់អូនវល់តែម្ដងជឿបងអត់ឲ្យរៀនចេះអាហ្នឹងខ្លាំងហ្មងណែចេះអាហ្នឹងទៅជប់ចាញ់បោកគេទៀតយល់អត់បងប្រាប់ដែរគ្មានអីក្រៅពីរៀនខ្លួនឯងទេចូលវិស័យហ្នឹងគុំរំពឹងអានេះអានោះឬក៏បងអីចឹងទៅគុំរំពឹងគ្មានអ្វីដែលខ្លាំងជាងរៀនខ្លួនឯងទេយល់អត់ដូចពេលឯងចេះលេងទាត់បាល់ចឹងទាត់ស្ទាត់ខ្លួនឯងទៅពឹងគេមកជួយទាត់យើងមិនវាបាក់ចឹងលើលោកហ្នឹងគឺគ្មានអីដែលយំនិយាយស្អីក៏ដោយក្រៅពីរៀនខ្លួនឯងព្រោះយើងចូលចិត្តអាផ្សាយនេះគ្រាន់ថានិយាយចឹងមិនមែនថាតើយើងត្រូវទៅរៀនខ្លួនឯងមក100ជំពូកទេបើយើងទៅរៀនបាន100ជំពូកមែនហ្នឹងខ្លួនឯងជាមនុស្សអស់ចាយបាទទោះអ្នកប្រាជ្ញគេអាចរៀនអី100ជំពូកតែឯងបានណាបើយើងរៀនពីវិស័យ trade ដោតតាវិស័យ trade ហ្នឹងមកយើងចាត់ទុកថាយើងហៅលុយពីវាអីមិននិយាយចឹងហើយម៉ែយកអាកំណត់ឯងនិយាយទៅរៀនអីពេទ្យផង trade ផងរៀនអីគេទៀតធ្វើចេះនឹកសិនលក់ឡានផងលក់ម៉ូតូផងអីណាណីអត់ទេដោតទៅមួយបើតាចង់ដឹងចង់ស្គាល់ចង់ចោះអត់អីទេstory ព្រៃOuter World មែនហ្គេមមានឡើង3000ជាងហ្គេមដឹងលេងហ្គេមពីអីដល់ពេលយ៉ាងទៅអត់ដឹងលេងស្អីទៅស្អីបណ្ដោយជីវិតស្រោមកលើឬក៏ចាស់ហើយអស់អារម្មណ៍លេងហ្គេមនេះពីមុនហើយមិនចាកាលមុន feel joy ម៉ែមានហ្គេមលេងឲ្យចោលឈួតជីវិតចេកធូបងត្រូវបងចេកអីទៀតបើឥឡូវមិនដែរបើកលេងហ្នឹងចលវារំថាហ្គេមធឺងដែរកាវិជោអីគេតៃស៊ូ AP អីទៀតដែរវាមានអីថ្មីហ្នឹងហ្គេមលេងចេញមកធុញបដ ாய் ក៏ Silicon នេះដូចជាឃើញគេអាប់ដេតគេធ្វើ version ចាស់ឡើងមក version ថ្មី update graphic update អីតំណងដែរបាទក្រុមហ៊ុនហ្នឹងជួយយកហ្គេមចាស់មកធ្វើជួយមកខ្ញុំ research ខ្លួនឯងដែរនឹងអត់សូវហ៊ានសួរកន្លែងជឿបង research កាន់តែច្រើនចេះកាន់តែច្រើនការនៅរៀនជាឡៃបើដឹងបើយើងចេះគិតអញ្ចឹងដឹងពីក្មេងរៀនខ្លាំងប៉ុណ្ណាទេឆាយក្មេងយើងអត់ដឹងឯគូក្បាលយើងអត់ដើមដំណើរការដូចចឹងមកគេថាមនុស្សកាន់តែវ័យច្រើន cái hai của các má kịch mũi không mấy khóc đi ngay không mấy vay lút luôn mấy mà tái tỏ mình ăn rồi tư mấy bây giờ chơi kịch tháo dậy cái ca để sơi ca xoay vô đòi luôn anh cả crew ấy nữa bởi chơi kịch chúng mình đấy cọp bật tầm điên chọc đó bạn những đừng ha vật điên mà trăm tờ tư điên nó lá cái bấy lá nhưng ai sơi kẹo thay mà đồ này là việc chẳng á mình đây tham những chết chết tập pizza phơi mình đây tham khảo pizza phơi gì chết phơi xây mà mấy cái chạp trong nắng á giờ từ đi sơi được thưa ấy thay á thà một phút lương vì thông pan na nhá còn miền được mai này nó cô này giống rất lò rồi để cho nó bọn đi ọt đấy quật vô họ xin trong tới cô này giống miền p nào mà biển dương này miền đằng sau đấy đại đá thế mà chỉ vận được để chá này như này bỏ tới khỏi bán này to nẹp chỉ xã rò khơi vậy ta chlong pe lìa ba này á lon tỷ được ca lại đấy mơ màu với những cùi sạch mơ game đi mũi sẵn chẳng liền game một hết chứ thế mình game ấy thì smart chán đi game nó là bảy chụp bàn pin này là ở cái rộng liền game game Xauusd muốn chẳng lên game một hết Xauusd muốn còn mấy game nó để dân lên ban là hố đây giật thôi nha mỗi pi rồi là cái tính nha ở đồng miến vậy mà lên ban tích thuần Dragon Age lên game to tàu miên kia ban bài không cái này thương mày bật kia bóng mèo lên miên thế Việt miên này dùng vì bà đây dùng miên kia lên game tôi kia để kia miên chỉ thím tôi ali tamo á không cọp trời mà nó cả thím cao đấy trình nó bao vô lối nè tật đô mùi ly tamo á chẳng hạn là dùng miên lối bài chờ những hàng này chẳng từ bảo những ở cái ở chưa trong ban chỉ vật đòi ti ly tamo miền miền thim miền krom miền ấy những lên kèm chia là cao chưa lôi rồi mà chỉ vật bãi mà trong anh chỉ vật định viên chẳng bảo vô bị say trệt với ót vô bị say định viên mà coi rồi bán đó nè coi những chưa tầm muối vậy vì rồi vô chỉ vật định viên bè chia là mong mưa lại biết bên nào stop stress tầm mưa lại biết lên bắt bạn stress bắt đấy sau bài tay như thế mạch lấy ghém ngồi mưa với lấy cái bài anh bên hiệp content thơ nhá không được biết real or fake that's battle Assassin's Creed chọn lên nói tao viên nghi chop kiểu mai với kiểu tranh tôi mà kiểu liệt chơi chop mà mọi cha chỉ vào đây giờ mình Assassin's Creed đây mua na cầm toàn chop này bác hạt đi mua sân ba chả lấy nhà Dead Space nó mua tiền mà mình mà bị game boy EA u chàng hello lý phèn tham tu stream data thu bóng data thu này bưng đi data thu hỡi chop rồi mạch tre thì với mình cũng có bà tốc xích vậy nè tre anh liền lột tam nâng rồi đây nhà game nâng hơi trong lên game mà tẹt tung khảo phúc ý á anh game chạy chia dương mà ai khách thì nè khảo phúc với tay dương lên game vì tới dương bán khách chỉ nè khảo phúc á trong đây game một hết chẳng em trời mà không tâm tin nhà game bị sinh dương lên hai tính tổng anh lên sao anh kia tính cháu tính trôi máy tính game lên cái sách ta sách cặp ấy này lửa xả game đấy ha chị anh đó là hôm anh chỗ đó chỗ DC xin hốt của mà anh miền dân men ok gameนี้ตนงได้แต่จะติดคะแนนยังมาไว้เลยย้อนได้ตกคอมนั้นจำเข้าđónคะแนนยังlà cái nơi khác nàyเข้าđón top 2 ម៉ោង 3 4 ម៉ោងជាងទៀតស៊ីបាយយូរមែនលេង2 ម៉ោងអាចមែនអាចចុយមកដល់លើទីhôm nay mưa tông hoa trời bị nghĩ chọc ấy nó mình ta tổ ta chân da xây sát rẹt bể đốn nhất có gì làm với anh cụ mẹ là what the fuck
ta không mau chào luôn từ không rừng chúng ta nhận đơn tên tha bộ rong này để sọc ngay từ ban cái chặt túc chiều rụng đầm nà của bạch cốt rồi bọc Hollywood và rụng nơi còng sờ máu rồi bọc đà ra không ở trên 30 năm về bị phục lục sport quad trong niềm chỉ icon nên mình chỉ ra chuyện há quad mình icon chỉ đà ra lịch mũi bàn lờiนี่คือชื่อเรื่องราวระบบโดนิเจนการเดินทางที่บอกให้ปรับปรุงไทยกากระดาษนำมือป้องประมูลรอยหกสเปย์น้องครูซ่าได้มีประวัติบัตรกุ้นไทยบัตรเมื่อเธอขัดร้องที่สกิลการตัดគាត់ចៅឯងស្ដាប់ភាសាមនុស្សបានគាត់ឲ្យចំណៃចៅឯងចៅចំណៃឲ្យសាកមើលស្ដាប់បានឯអត់កូនចៅព្រីងចៅប្រាក់ហ្នឹងហើយស្គាល់ដៃឆ្វេងដៃស្ដាំឯអត់ចាំស្ដាប់ទៅណាស្ដាប់មិនមែនទេណាតា5មុនដំបូងគេឲ្យលើកដៃស្ដាំអស់ស្ដាំស្ដាំឲ្យឆ្វេងហ្នឹងឆ្វេងឲ្យស្ដាំទៀតហ្នឹងទៅងើបពីលេខមុខគាត់ស្រស់សោះឆ្វេងអូស្ដាប់បានទៅបងប្អូនថាបើនិយាយចៅឲ្យស្ដាប់បានចាំតែចៅចំណៃឲ្យមកស្ដាំមើលមីវចង់មកឆ្វេងមីវមហិតដៃចៅឯងយកអោនិយាយដាំបាយចៅទុកអោនិយាយដាំបាយយើងដាំបាយតែដាក់អោនិយាយដាំបាយហ្នឹងពំមកឡើងឆ្កែឆ្មាទីអត់ងើបទេមើលចៅលូចៅអីមីវអត់ជើងស្ដាំដៃស្ដាំឆ្កែឆ្មាមិនតន់ងើបទេម៉ែមនុស្សងើបអស់នេះអ្នកទេធុយតាសពក្បាលលោកតាសម្ដេចចេញតម្លៃប្រហែលតែខ្ញុំចង់តថ្លៃមកឯងចេញមកមីអញជ្រាបជាង1លានអត់បានផងបាច់ទេពេលបងអញលក់ក្បាលឲ្យក្រុមហ៊ុននៅអាមេរិករហូតដល់អញចូលនិវត្តន៍ទៅកាឆ្អែតចិត្តចូល47ឆ្នាំអញបងប្អូនរហូតដល់ឥឡូវអញចូលនិវត្តន៍ណាចៅឆ្លើយអញនៅបងជួយមកញ៉ាំនំបងប្អូនបាត់ចោលបងទៅហ្គេម solo ហ្គេម solo ក៏ចង់ប្រេងណាតំណងទៅលេងដែរtôi mày lên game ấy tôi đã cho miếng nó copyright bọn có khùng bư gỡ nó bấy nó thật tế
cái lên viral là bấy à.
He traded in the most prestigious trading competition on the planet, up against veterans, full-time professionals, people who've done nothing but trade for
order flow នេះក៏ល្អបងប្អូនរៀនមិនបងប្អូនរៀន order flow ហ្នឹងមួយទៀតណាបានជីឲ្យវាបាក់តិចអាហ្នឹងតែបងប្អូនកាប់មិនបានក៏ល្អដែរអាហ្នឹងចាក់ខ្លាញ់ខ្លាញ់ណាបងប្អូនចេះអាខ្លាំងខ្លាំងអាកាចកាចទៅបងប្អូនចេះតែ2 thread ផុយដូចក្តាស់ហ្នឹងអា order flow ស្លាតជីស្អីគេហ្នឹងអាចចេញលេខមកលេខចឹងហ្នឹងគេយកទៅប្រើ goal ក៏ត្រូវ store ក៏ត្រូវ stock ក៏ត្រូវស្គាល់ stock ពីច្រើនគេប្រើហ្នឹងច្រើន order flow បងធ្វើ bot ទៅឃើញ bot ដល់ណៃខ្ញុំប្រាប់តាប់ប្រយោជន៍មួយគុណសម្បត្តិហើយគុណវិបត្តិ bot ណៃគាត់ថាប្រើ bot ហ្នឹងណៃអត់មើលសោះមែនអត់កើតទេខៅក៏មើលវា bot ពេលដែលវាចាប់ដើមខុសខាតលុយច្រើនទៅពេលដែល crash market ឬក៏ព័ត៌មានអីចឹងទៅទៅពេលដែលសន្ទុះវាចាប់ដើមទិញនៅពេលណាពេលដែលកាក់ចុះច្រើនទៅទិញយើងរហូតឧទាហរណ៍ថាកាក់ពងទៅលើ 4000 គុតវាចាប់ដើមចុះមកចុះរហូតវាគិតតែទិញអាដកនៅលើយើងហ្នឹងដករហូតយល់អត់លុយខ្ទេច bot ហ្នឹងគុណវិបត្តិគុណសម្បត្តិវាគេលេងនៅពេល market down ធម្មតាគេបើកឲ្យ bot អូតូទិញលក់អីហើយបើសិនជា bot ហ្នឹងណាមាន bot ដែលធ្វើឲ្យល្អបំផុតហ្មងណាយល់ទៅបងស្រាវជ្រាវមកក៏អត់មានទាន់ឃើញអ្នកធំឬក៏អ្នកមានមួយណាគេដែលគេប្រើ bot ទៅវា trade វាដាក់លុយធំចូលទៅអត់មានទេមានតែទូធម្មតាបងឃើញគ្រាប់ឃើញនៅ crypto ទៅដល់ crypto ហើយផលចំណេញតិចខ្លាំងហ្នឹងដាក់លុយ 10000 ចំណេញបានតែតក់ហើយរៀនវាប្រើវាច្រើនណាស់ដឹងណាបើឃើញចំណេញអា bot ហ្នឹងបើណៃស្មៅសម័យថាដាក់ $1000 មួយថ្ងៃវា trade បាន 10 20 30 40 ឬក៏ $100 អត់អាចហ្នឹងមកពីច្រើនខ្ញុំប្រើ bot គេយកទៅលុយកាក់សេន account សេនទៅធ្វើវាដាក់ហើយខ្ញុំស្រាប់ធ្វើ crypto ហើយអត់មានទេ
decades. And he didn't just beat them. He made 100% in a single month.
គឺ bot អត់មានអីបាក់ទេបងប្អូនអញ្ចឹងទីទួយចឹងណាអ្វីដែលបាក់ឲ្យ bot ហ្នឹងរកលុយបានច្រើនហ្នឹងបានបាក់
And in this episode, he's breaking down his complete championship winning strategy live in person for the first time ever.
Yeah, so the easiest way to probably do this is to break it down into 4 different steps. Basically, it's context, location, then confirmation. But the way that I look at it, and we'll kind of mark it out here, the first thing that I look at is environment. And so I'm looking to not necessarily trade when the market is balanced, but when the market is...
What? What?
Starting to force participation on either edge, and when it fails, it creates trap participation or trap participants. And that's when they're offsides.
Chris has built one of the most sophisticated trading processes I've ever seen. He uses market structure to define the environment, gamma exposure to understand volatility, volume profile to isolate where he wants to trade, then order flow to time the exact entry.
So this is the strategy you generally and traded the World Championship with?
Yes, this is the exact thing that I did, yes.
But then he said something that changed my mind about trading at a world champion level. This strategy, the one that beat every industry veteran and won the World Cup, is so simple that according to Chris, literally anyone can go out and trade it.
này phở khao phở bọt red sân nữa bên nào này bỏ phít trong phép này nó mà ốm á phải học tập bài mà
And what you need to do is if you want to trade the way that I trade, you can absolutely go do it. The way you
bỏ ba năm á
What you're about to
rồi
watch
đồ
is
ban trời
what
bị bía bẹp bóng á
before. A Robin's World
Cái bói
Cup
bị rồi từ
champion breaking down the exact strategy that won him the title. Live, in person, step by step. From the very first thing he checks before the market even opens to
rồi
the
bật thư là
exact
pháp
moment
lối
he
nha
enters and exits a trade. And then Chris reveals the process he used to eliminate the bad trades that were destroying his results and finally become consistently profitable. Nothing in this video is financial advice. Everything discussed is just the insights of a 26-year-old trader who went from losing trader to building a process and taking that process all the way to becoming a world champion. Let's see what Chris is made of.
Chris, you just won the micro day trading championship, Robin's World Cup, for the month of July with a 100% return at 26 years old. Very impressive. But what is the number one thing that clicked that allowed you to not just be a guy trying to figure this out anymore, but actually trade at an elite level like that?
So, I mean, I've been trading for a while, and in the beginning, I had no idea what I was doing, right? So, I'm basically looking for setups, looking for patterns, and it took a while of me just kind of strategy hopping and focusing on like entry models and setups to realize
được
it's
pop
not
red mà
really
chỉ như
about
lối
that.
nha
Because at the end of the day, when it comes to like an entry model or setup, what I didn't realize at the time,
cool luôn
I
ạ
used to put that as the holy grail, thinking that if I can just find the right setup or the right candlestick pattern that I can just do over and over, that's going to make me successful. But what changed was I needed to understand what it is that I was actually doing in terms of what am I participating in, who are the other participants, what are they trying to do, what are their essentially like limitations, and where do they need to start actually participating in terms of being forced to participate, and then trying to build context around trade ideas. And then what ends up happening is entries, setups, it comes down to like the final 5 to 10%, because at that point, all you're doing is you're just confirming or denying whether or not your trade idea is valid in the first place. So really shifting that focus over towards really execution, because in the beginning, all I thought about was money, but the money is the byproduct of proper execution. And it took me a long time basically to come to terms with that.
So in the byproduct of the execution, now you said you were strategy hopping, and you still use some form of a strategy, I would imagine, but you said forced participation also. So this is more on the microstructure side of markets and how they exist mechanically. Is this what you're looking to exploit?
Yeah, so basically I'm a day trader. I'm an intraday trader, and I'm really only trading the first hour and a half of New York Open. Sometimes I trade Asia session, but what I mean by forced participation is, let's say in the market, I view it as an auction. It is an auction. You have buyers and you have sellers. When you have buyers and you have sellers, you have positioning. And when it comes to positioning, let's say we're balanced, right? You have a very defined range. There's position building within the range, and buyers and sellers are comfortable in this area. We're building value here. Because the purpose of the market is to determine the value of this asset, right? So there will be times where they're temporarily in agreement or they're
មកអាស៊ី
keepable.
គេ
You know, no one's
you
getting
trade
forced
ម្ដង
to
ដែរ
participate, they're building positions. The moment that one side basically starts to get more aggressive than the other, well, then it starts forcing participation. This is the way I think about it. And what I mean by that is when you are a buyer, you basically, and you're in a position, you have two options if the trade is going against you. Either you try and defend that position or you
និយាយមួយទៀតគ្នាយើងតាក់ទងនឹងអាការ trade ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំស្ដាប់អ្នកដែលគាត់គេមានបទពិសោធន៍គេខ្លាំងគេច្រើនមើលវីដេអូយូរទៅបានដឹងថាអ្នកដែល trade ដោយស្រុកគេផ្ដោតថាអ្នកទិញគឺគេអត់ដែលចូល position short ទេទិញរហូតហើយអ្នកដែលគេជួយចិត្ត short អ្នកដែលគេជួយចិត្តលក់គេហៅ seller គឺមានថាគេចូល sell រហូតគេអត់ជួយដល់តំបន់ sell គេ sell មាសគេអត់ច្រាមវាដូចយើងរងថ្ងៃយើង trade លក់ផងទិញផងលក់ផងទិញផងបើពួកស្រុកគេវិញអត់ទេអាណាអ្នកគេហៅជា seller sell short position ហើយគេមានម៉ោងមានអីធំត្រូវអាចនិយាយថាច្បាស់ហ្មងថាលក់សុទ្ធហ្មងដល់ពេលអ្នកដែលបាយមួយទៀតប្រភេទពួកអ្នកបាយគឺបាយសុទ្ធអាហ្នឹងបងប្អូន search យូរទៅដឹងហើយនឹងជួបណាកន្លែងចំណុចដែលខ្ញុំនិយាយហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំទៅចាប់អារម្មណ៍ថាអូក៏ពិតគេមានប្រភេទ type ផ្សេងៗគ្នាទាំងអស់អ្នកលក់សុទ្ធអ្នកទិញសុទ្ធ
try and add
គេមាន
value
ម៉ោ
to
ង
the
អា
position,
ពួកអាគេច្រើនពួកអា
well,
content
you're gonna
creator គេ
have
ទៅ
to
ស
get
ភា
out. And when you have to get out, well, what do when you buy? You have to sell to get out of your buy position. And so I'm looking to not necessarily trade when the market is balanced, but when the market is starting to force participation on either edge, and I'm looking for that participation necessarily or to fail in a sense. And when it fails, it creates trap participation or trap participants. And that's when they're off sides, and then you don't need to like catch some type of home run. I'm just looking for 50 points, 100 points. I'm just trying to take sometimes mean reversion, but really it's more about where are we building value? How are we moving out of it? They're making effort, whether it's buyers or sellers. Are they being successful with that or not? And if they're not, then you can try and take advantage of it. And that's what I do, at least.
Excellent, Chris. This sounds highly advanced or sophisticated, I should say. I want to see it drawn on our whiteboard step by step so the audience has a good idea of how they could implement a process like this on their own and not leave it too abstract. So if you don't mind, let's jump onto the whiteboard. So Chris, walk me through step by step from the moment you open a chart and get trading, exactly what you're looking at, all the way up until you take a trade and then exit that trade.
Yeah, so the easiest way to probably do this is to break it down into 4 different steps. Now, basically it's context, location,
អញ្ចឹង
then
អ្នក
confirmation.
បាយសុទ្ធ
But
អ្នក
the
sell
way
sell
that I
សុទ្ធ
look at it, and we'll kind of mark it out here,
ទៅម៉ាន
the first
ទៅ
thing
ម៉ា
I
នបង
look at is environment. So
អត់ចូល
when
អូ
it
ន
comes to
មែនបង
environment, there's a
ទៅ
couple
សុទ្ធ
different
ទៅមែន
pieces
បង
to that.
ហ្នឹងហើយអូន
Now, what I want to understand is,
នេះ
are we currently
search ច្រើន
in
នេះឃើញនៅ
a
YouTube
value
ម្នាក់ចេញមកនឹងប្រាប់
upstructure, value
ប្រភេទពួកមនុស្ស
downstructure,
ហ្នឹង
or
ហើយ Facebook ក៏
sideways?
ស
Now,
បោ
what would that actually look like? Let's take a specific scenario so that it's a little bit easier to draw out. Now, let's say that the market has been moving something like this. Now, in a scenario like this, where are we typically creating value? Well, we would probably be creating value here, then here, and then we are currently searching for new value. Now, maybe that would be somewhere over here. Okay. Now, what I'm looking at heading into the session is I want to understand what the higher time frames are doing. And so this would be viewed on, let's say, like a 1-hour chart, maybe a 4-hour chart. The purpose of this is to understand what has the week been doing, what's the previous week been doing. So it's very basic market structure, higher highs, higher lows, understanding how value is getting created. Is it getting created higher and higher? And the second piece to this is understanding gamma or gex. Now, the gamma or gex that I use something called naive gex. Now, there's different, you can use inferred gex, which is basically how they calculate their models to determine the levels. But I like looking at NQ levels. So that would be QQQ, NDX. The CBOE doesn't have the data for that. So majority of NQ is going to be like naive gex calculations.
And what does gex tell you?
So gex, when it comes to regime or environment, let's say we have gex, okay? It stands for gamma exposure. Now, what this is why do we care about GeX? Well, we care about GeX because the options market is one of the largest markets, if not the largest market in kind of the trading world, right? Now, when the options market are doing transactions, you have dealers and market makers. And dealers and market makers are not necessarily in the business of being directionally exposed to the market. So then what do? Let's say they need to hedge a position to stay neutral. Well, they will go to one of the underlying, being futures as one of them, and they will then hedge in that. When you look at a gamma profile, what you're typically going to see is you're going to see positive gamma, which is oftentimes represented as like green, or you're going to see negative gamma, just say negative. So you have positive and you have negative. Now, this is very easy to misunderstand because sometimes when people see positive gamma, they think long because it's green, or they see negative, they may think it is short because it's red. It's not actually like that. We need to think about this in terms of volatility. So when we're in a positive gamma environment, typical dealer behavior is they're going to be selling into the rips and buying basically into the dips. Now, what does that cause? Well, that causes a volatility dampening environment, right? It's a little bit difficult to slice through like butter. Now, for a negative gamma environment, it's different. They would have to buy into the rips and sell into the dips. Now, when this happens, it ends up causing, more volatility. It's an amplifier of volatility. So I want to understand where we're at on the chart if we're in a positive gamma environment or if we're in a negative gamma environment, because it
ចូលឥ
lets
ឡូវ
me know
ចូលអញ្ចឹង
potentially what
អ្នក
type of day
sell
I'm walking
មិន
into.
ដាក់ account ហើ
We
យ
all
បង
know that the killer of
ណៃ
most
មិនដឹងគេ
accounts
sell
for
តម្លៃ
most
ប៉ុន្មានអូន
retail traders is going to be a choppy environment.
អូ
People
ណៃ
are
អ
going
ត់
to
មើល
trade
វីដេអូ
breakouts.
នេះមែននេះគេប្រាប់ហ្នឹងណាបងអត់មើលមកស្ដាប់វាឥឡូវឧទាហរណ៍នេះឧទាហរណ៍ស្ដាប់ហើយយើងមើលថាយើងចូល trade ថា time frame 30 នាទីចុះនេះឥឡូវឧទាហរណ៍សម្រាប់ពេលដែលកាក់ឡើងចេះ direct ចឹងរហូតនេះអញ្ចឹងហ្នឹងគេអត់ចូល sell ទេអូនយល់អត់ហ្នឹងគេអត់ចូល sell ទេឧទាហរណ៍ថាវាឡើងដល់ចំណុចនេះវាមានការបាក់កបន្តិចអញ្ចឹងយើងមើលថា frame ទូទៅនឹងមានកន្លែងចូលទេ5នាទីឬ5 10ទៅថា5នាទីចុះអញ្ចឹងគេចូល sell គេចូលនៅម្ដុំហ្នឹងនេះកាក់ចុះវាយហ្នឹងគឺគេចំណេញនេះយល់អត់ហើយឧទាហរណ៍ថាដូចកាក់ចុះអញ្ចឹងនេះអ្នកលក់អ្នកទិញវាម្ដងចូលឡើងកន្លែងអញ្ចឹងយល់អត់បើគេលួចខ្លីៗគេទិញតែបើថាអ្នកដែលគេទិញបើគេថាចាត់ទុកខ្លួនឯងជាអ្នកទិញយកហ្មងអញ្ចឹងអាខ្លីៗគេដៃយកទេគេដៃលួចទេយល់អត់ខ្លីៗគេចាំពេលផ្សារដើរដល់ចំណុចនេះនេះចាប់ដល់មានការឡើងទៅវិញហើយបាទគេទិញអញ្ចឹងកន្លែងនេះគេទុកឲ្យអ្នក sell គេលេងទៅគេចូលសារទេយល់អត់បែបហ្នឹងយល់អត់ណៃគិតដល់ណាដល់ណីគិតថាមិនសារមាសឡើងអញ្ចឹងអ្នកលក់គេអត់ទិញសុទ្ធមែនគេទិញលក់នៅក្នុងចន្លោះហ្នឹងទិញលក់នេះសាតខ្ញុំស្រាច់ខ្ញុំឧទាហរណ៍ថាទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងនេះវាតែមានលក់នេះដូចអានេះចឹងនេះអ្នកទិញមកអញ្ចឹងទៅចុះមកដល់ក្រុមចាប់ដើមចូលដល់តំបន់អ្នកលក់វិញយល់អត់ដល់ពេលវាអស់សង្ខារវាទៅដល់ពេលអ្នកទិញទៀតគេចូលទិញលក់អញ្ចឹងតែវាមិនមែន depend លើអាតម្លៃ market ដែលវាទៅ4000អីចឹងទេដល់5000មកគេ short មកអីទេយល់អត់នេះក្នុងចន្លោះហ្នឹងសំខាន់យើងដឹងថាគេទិញចំនួនគេ TP ម្ដងម៉ានលេងម៉ានដេកយើងអត់ដឹងដូចគ្នាហើយដឹងពីអាហ្នឹងដឹងហ្នឹងបែបហ្នឹងអូនឯងគិតតែប៉ុណ្្នេះទៅ5 10លេខសុកគេយកអី5 10លេខហើយបើគេលេងធំទៀតឥឡូវនិយាយថាគេមានគេលេងតែមួយឡតចុះគេឃើញលុយបាត់ទៅ5 10លេខអូនយល់អត់វាមិនមែន0.01គេឃើញតិចយល់អត់តែបើសិនជាសុកគេហ៎គេទិញមួយឡតអូនឯងឃើញដូចស្រាប់អីគេទិញតែ1 2 position ស្មើយើងរកមួយខែ2ខែអញ្ចឹងទៅtrade ចឹងមកគេលេងអត់សូវ trade គេអត់សូវ trade ច្រើនទេគេមានពេលដើរលេងច្រើនអ្នក trade ស្រុកគេដូចអ្នក trade ស្រុកខ្មែរហើយស្រុកខ្មែរមិនប្រកាសថាអត់មានអ្នកមានពេលច្រើនមានដូចគ្នាគាត់ថាបងនិយាយភាគច្រើនភាគតិចអ្នកដែលភាគតិចមានន័យថាអ្នកដែលគាត់តែខ្លួនឯងណាបងចង់ខាត់ជាអាហ្នឹងយល់អត់មានន័យថាយើងអត់ខ្វល់នឹងពិភពគុណនៃតាណាទៅនៃអីទាំងអស់ដឹងតែ một ngày miền mà thread pi thread chop thread tập phần năng ấy là chop sắp đây vậy hay bảo dương lên thread bài nâng xuống đi trong mà thread pi thread nhưng lên lót thông tích mất mà ngày mà position sam sai dập lên bông vô thom đá đó vì miền ấy chờ nữa khách kia dương thì kia dương mà còn lôi tụi mà ngày mà thread pi thread ọt chạy thì vậy là thời tờ mà ngày bán 5 thread អី 6 thread 7 thread អីបានឃើញហួចលុយយល់អត់តែបើយើង thread តិចហើយយើងឈ្នះតែ2ឯងគឺថ្ងៃហ្នឹងឈប់ thread ហ្មងវាលិចជួយ live ចូលអីហ្នឹងទៅយល់អត់គេ thread មួយថ្ងៃ10 20ទេយល់អត់ពីបងប្រាប់គ្នាយើងតែយើង thread មួយថ្ងៃតិចល្អជាងគាំងទៀតនេះមិនបានគាំងណាអត់យល់
People are always going to be looking for a breakout, but
thread
in a
បែបហ្នឹង
constant game
យល់អត់
environment, we may see a lot of failed
តែមក
breakouts
thread 2
because every
thread
single
3
time we
thread
go and
ចប់
try and make a breakout, you have dealer positioning.
ដល់លេងឈៀល enjoy live ឬក៏រៀនចង់ធ្វើអីរកគិតអីគិត
So
រៀន
Chris,
ចំណាយ
for
ពេលហ្នឹងទៅ
someone who wants to look at
ខ្ញុំ
Gex,
ចំណាយពេលនៅក្នុង
how-
ផ្សារពេក
what's the easiest way to get something like
បង
this
មក
on the
ធ្វើ
chart
គ្នាយើង
and
មើល
analyze
ទាំងអស់
it
ហ្នឹង
like how you do?
I use
បង
a
មិនធ្វើវាមក
platform,
ជីវិតទេគាត់
it's a
អាញគ្នា
web-based
យើងបាន
platform.
បណ្ណា
It's
យក
called
ប៉ុណ្ណឹង
Tanuki Trade. It's
យល់អត់
one of the
បង
platforms.
មិនធ្វើយក
Now,
មកជីវិត
gamma
ណា
exposure, especially in the futures world, is becoming incredibly popular. So you have all different types of platforms popping up. And some of them are going to be naive Gex calculations, meaning that they're just making a very broad assumption. Now, you also have inferred Gex calculations. Inferred Gex
Okay,
calculations are
bon,
basically
yes.
where there are models or
ហ្នឹងគឺបែប
calculations
ហ្នឹង
that
អូន
this platform is making to try and determine a little bit more granularity in terms of dealer positioning. Now, the thing about that is that CBOE data is expensive. And most platforms that do have CBOE data, for one, it's only for SPX. It's only
ស្អីគេ S និយាយមិញគេ CBOE data
platforms that do have CBOE data. For one, it's only for SPX. It's only for ES and
yeah,
the
don't
S&P
stop.
500. And then also they cost like $300 a month. So it gets a little pricey. So
Trời,
I'm okay with using
bro,
that
đi
as well.
live
It's
lụa
just
tủ
by the
sắp
way
mong
I
mà nâng.
use it. I'm not necessarily
Xong
looking
sao?
for specific levels, so to speak, to take a bounce off of a
ដោយសារតែ
foot
ខ្ញុំ
wall
ចង់
or
ប្រា
a call
រាល់ថ្ងៃ
wall.
នេះវេទនាពេក
But
ទៅចូលម្ដងឡើង
I
ម្
do
ដងអ
want
ត់
to understand the environment that we're in.
ចូលម្ដង
So
ចូលម្ដ
here
ងអ
we
ត់ទេ
are in the
នេះ
environment. Okay.
តែ
We're
ប៉ុន្តែ
at
អានេះ
that Gex
បាត់
structure.
បាត់
Let's
ដាក់
just
cache
say
ជាប់យកហ្មង
we're
ណា
in a
គេថា
negative
Samsung មកនេះ
environment.
កាមេរ៉ាដូច
So
Samsung
I'm
យ៉ាង
walking into the day thinking
Ồ,
to
mình
Đây là
myself,
camera
we're in
với
a
Samsung
value
อย่าง
up
งี้មែន
structure, and we are
Thành-
in a
thành em
negative
đáng
game
đâm-
environment, which means that doesn't mean we're going to go down necessarily.
បើ
but
ទិញ
it
អា
means
ពណ៌
that
ខ្មៅហ្មងណា
all
អាហ្នឹង sell លុយ
story
អាពណ៌ខ្មៅ
adds
តែ
up. We may
500 ជាង
see bigger moves, faster moves, and
គាត់
so
លក់
I
ទូរ
want
ស័ព្ទ
to
មកមិនហ្នឹង
understand that
ចូល
before the market
game ណា
actually opens.
តែ
So
វា
now we kind of have
គុំ
an idea. One thing as well that I look at is I
ត
do
ស៊ូ
want to understand
ជី
where
វិត
the
នេះ
call
ត
wall
ស៊ូ
is,
យ៉ាង
where the put wall is, as well as the gamma
BTC
flip
បង
trend. Now the gamma flip
ពី
trend
C
is
ពង fit អូន
basically where you start entering
អាន
positive
ព
or
ណ៌ជាង
negative territory. It's kind of like that line in the sand. So
5ឲ្យ
the
លេខទេ
second thing that I want to look at, and by the way,
សល់
this
ម៉ាន
is
ហើយ
all done before
ឥ
the
ឡូវមក
market opens.
ពី
I
7
would
ឲ្យលេខ
never
ឡើយ
do this while price is moving a million miles
នេះ
an
យើងអ្នក
hour.
ខ្លះ
I
បានចូល
need
BC
to
តាមបង
know and build my
បើឲ្យមើលចូល
scenarios
បាយ
before the market actually opens because I'm trying to be prepared, right?
short
I
យើងបិទ
need
ចិត្តអ
a
ញឥឡូវ
little bit
ឡើងមក
structured
ទៀត
before I start clicking buttons.
ឲ្យ
So
long វិញ
the second thing that I want to understand is location. Now,
វា
when I
ចែក
talk
signal
about
បងប្អូន free
location,
free
what
á
exactly do I mean? Am I just talking about, you know, a box on my chart or no, what I want to understand is where do I want to do business, right? So if we're in a
how they
value up
build Cambodia
structure,
most advanced
now
tower
I
or
typically do not want to go against
FTB
this type of structure. I mean, maybe it's been happening. Maybe these are daily profiles or cash session profiles. So we have, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And let's
recommend
just
បង
say
ប្អូន
we're very
មើលរឿង
bullish.
ប្រភេទពួកនិយាយ
Well,
ចេះធ្វើ
where
ក្បា
do
ក់
I
បើក
want to essentially
តាក់
participate
ទង
if
នឹង
I'm
ហ្គេម
looking to follow
ប្រភេទ
trend?
code
Well, I don't want
coding
to
ណា
do it up here. That's an expensive
មើល
place
ច្រើន
to
ល្អ
go to
ច្រើន
get involved in the
មើលឲ្យ
market.
គិតផងណា
What I want to do is I want to wait for us to come into discount. So then where is discount? Well, if we have value area, then the basic idea of it is anything below value area is discount, anything above it is premium. Now, in a situation like this, we're already looking for a potential opportunity to continue this type of move, but I wouldn't necessarily want, again, to sell in premium. It just wouldn't make sense. We're going in this value up structure, we could potentially squeeze it further to the upside.
PC hồi nãy TP នៅ 3.5
You know, it's not
សាប់
a
បង
good
TP
idea.
នៅ
The way the market
63
really
500
needs to try and
អ
call
ត់
the
យកវែង
top
វែងព្រោះបង
bottom.
team
I'd rather
short
just wait for a pullback, right? So
ប៊ូ
let's say
SL
in
តាម
this
វាទៅ
scenario,
បើចង់បាន 1500 លេខ
okay?
ឬក៏
Now,
2000 លេខ
let's say this is the day.
ឡើងអស់ហើយយ៉ាងច្រើន
Asia
64
session here,
500
we have London session creating its range up here, and we're looking higher up. If this move was relatively
អូក៏
quick,
Syscon គេ update
let's
graphic
say
ហ្នឹងនេះ
Asia session pushed it up. You know, recently we've been seeing Asia session move around a lot. This may be a very inefficient part of the move. What do I mean inefficient part of the move? It means that we've moved through this area very quickly. We didn't spend a lot of time there. We didn't have enough time to actually conduct a lot of business here. Now, in the event where this is also, let's say it's a low volume node, meaning that, you know, not a lot of volume was here, not a lot of business
For
was
just
actually
$67.
transacted here. And at the open, what does the open do? Let's say that we're watching this happen and the open opens up.
Are you minding, man?
It's like all these ones
We're starting to break
here. I'm
out
going to be
value
renting this
area
out for
low.
profit,
This
and
is
if
value
everything
area
goes
low.
right, it should be
Starting to
making
break out
about
value area
$150
low.
a
We're heading
month.
into
So let's get
discount.
into how
Do
to
I
build
want
an
to
AI
sell it
computer,
here?
what parts you
No,
need, and how
I don't
profitable
want
is
to
it
sell
really
right
when you
here
take into
because you're
account
selling
fees
in actually probably the most optimal area
and
to
power
try and buy
costs
it.
and all those things.
So what
but
am
first,
I
I just
doing?
hit 30,000
I have
subscribers,
location.
so let's
Here
do
we
a
go.
quick
We
recap
start
of
moving
how we
into
got
it.
here. It all started
Now,
about 5 years ago when I
what am I
Oh,
started
you mind, man, dah.
mining at
At this
home.
point,
Like everybody,
what
I
I'm
was
Tapi
buying
mana
GPUs,
AI?
and I started buying GPUs as fast as I could. I had tons of
confirmation.
Ôi,
So what is
sao không tục
confirmation?
mùi nữa?
Let's say I have a level. Here it is. It's a
rigs
box.
in my
It's
garage,
on our chart.
and
Vô
everything
tờ
was going
render
great.
kìa.
In
How
one
do I
big
know
Tôi vừa
lifetime,
check AI mà.
that this area here is a valid level? Just because I draw a box on the chart doesn't mean that price is going to be stuck and
Salad.
run. So I have to pay attention. What's happening in here? What are the buyers doing in here? Are the seller? What are the
Minding
sellers
rồi.
doing in here? Who's winning?
Rồi gọi
Is there
vô
going to
máy
be
tính tụi kia máy.
result for that effort? So then what do we start looking at? Well, now we start going down into the granular side of things. So let's make a different drawing that's a little bit
24
more
hours,
zoomed in.
$24.
So let's
You can
say
cash out directly to
like
PayPal,
this.
and that's what I've been doing.
Okay,
So
we
let's go
come
ahead and
up,
get into
maybe we
which parts
sweep,
we're
we
using
start
in today's
dropping
build.
down at
The
New York
first
Open,
thing we
and
have
here
is the
is
powerhouse
discount.
of the build, the
When we're in
RTX
here,
4090.
I start paying
This is the
attention
Asus
to order
Tough
flow.
Overclock
Now,
Edition.
on my order
I
flow
did pick
chart,
this up
let's imagine
locally,
this is a
about
candle.
a 5-hour drive
I'm
round trip.
typically looking
I
at
did
two
get
Tôi
different
chọn
types
bay
of
cho stop.
candles.
Chấm đi.
to stop in some nice places. I'll pop a funny picture up on screen. Not a bad drive. I did buy it used from a guy, and I have not tested it yet. So hopefully this thing works. Otherwise, this cost $2,100, which is a pretty steep increase from the last rig I built where I got one for $1,400. Absolute beast of a unit. And to do this, this stop Windows 10 thing is super easy. You literally just open it and do stop Windows updates here. And this has worked really well for me. Right here.
អត់យល់មិនបើកគេបើកអូក្រួយម៉ែខ្ញុំប្រើ account browser ពេចមើល browser នេះ browser នេះខុសគ្នាចង់វាកាំង account YouTube មកម៉ៅដែរបន្តិចបន្តិចគឺ Pro នេះនៅម៉ាញអីគេខ្ញុំចង់ដឹងតិចមកធ្វើអីគេកាំងទៀត
Is install Chrome Remote Desktop so that you can, from your phone, reboot your rigs if you need to. The other nice thing about these smart plugs is if you can't reboot your rig from Chrome Remote Desktop,
One of them is going to have a volume profile inside of it, and the other one is going to have a delta profile inside of it. Now, why do I care about that? I care about that because on a normal candlestick, you have open, high, low, and close. It's the result. It's like the scoreboard of what the auction actually did. But it's important to see how these are actually forming. Now, what is something that would be important? Let's say in this scenario here, the candle has a very large wick to the downside. But in this case, all the volume down here, all of it. You got the POC here, the control, where the most amount of contracts are actually concentrated. I'm watching this. Now, let's say here's the same candle. Let's just say a 5-minute candle. And down here we have all of this delta, negative delta. And it's sellers. This is sellers here. Now you see all the participation from sellers happening in discount, in location, and they're not getting rewarded for that behavior or that effort. So then what am I looking for? Okay, now let's say we're identifying absorption happening in discount. Well, now what I want to see is I want to see the shift of dominance back to the upside with the buyers. So what would that typically look like? Now, let's say in this case that this candle closed bullish. Okay, closed bullish. Now, what is that telling us? This is telling us that price pushed down, it was pushing down aggressively, and now they're in location, discount, and a value up structure. All this participation of sellers is building at the very extreme of this candle, and they're not getting any for that aggression. Now the candle flips back bullish. What I want to see at this point, if we're using candlesticks, is I'm looking for the next candle to open up to immediately pull back. Next candle opens up, immediately pull back. And I want to see that aggression happen from the sellers again. So this time I want us to fail higher up. So you have failure of sellers here. Let's say here's our volume profile, failure of sellers here. And we flip bullish. I'm going long. I'm going long. I'm entering the trade here, and I'm putting my stop loss where? On the other side of the failed sellers. Because in this case, where would my trade idea become invalidated? It'd become invalidated the moment that sellers are able to push past the area they weren't able to push past the first time. So if I'm looking at this and I have this candle, I'm identifying absorption happening in discount, and we start flipping back bullish. Now they fail higher. I don't want them to get back down here. Now, where would I be targeting? Okay, let's say, we enter in, and entries the moment we flip bullish on this. Maybe we see the ask light up with imbalances from buyers. They're trying to lift the offer. And we see them getting really aggressive back to the upside. Okay, well, this goes back to what we said in the beginning. Think about the people who were entering in here. Okay, well, now their hand is beginning to get forced. Participation is about to get forced because if you're down here and you entered in shorts, well, you're going to be forced to make a decision. And if you get out of that sell and you're off sides, well, you're going to speed this up. And if we're in a negative gamma environment, not only do you have positioning causing a potential squeeze, but you also have dealers who are going to be buying into that rip, and it can be very fast. So let's say this is all happening in discount. Now we start popping up. Okay, we do a little bit of this. Where am I watching? Well, I'm watching back into this value, where the value area is. The first thing I want to see is I want to see buyers reclaim into value area. Get back in there. In the event that they fail, okay, let's say we entered here. BC បើគ្នាយើងបានចូល short នៅតម្លៃ1890 hold ចោលបងប្អូន មិនទាន់បិទ But if they're successful and they get back into value area, you can either target, sometimes I target the POC, sometimes I go for a swing high. Let's say orders are clustering up here. It's a psychological level. You see it on level 2. You see it on the book. A lot of the times on the book, orders get pulled, yes. But when they cluster around psychological levels, sometimes swing highs or swing lows, oftentimes they're there to actually get filled. So it becomes a target. It becomes a target. We're searching for potentially new value. And what are we doing here? We have to remember the bigger picture. We're continuing this value up structure. So chances are this might be a pretty good target. So the setup may look like this. Here is our stop loss, right below seller failure. And now we're looking for something like this. Maybe we ended up getting out right here for like a 1.5R. Maybe it went to full TP. Maybe it's a 6R. I mean, I don't know.
ហើយអត់ design យើងបើក browser
I'm watching that aggression. Now, when I'm in the trade, I'm paying
channel ខុសគ្នាក៏គាំងដែរ
Now
ចយ
I
ម៉ែ
see,
ក៏ទៅ
because
មែ
I
ន
want to see the aggression from buyers continuing. I do
Ow,
not want
man.
to see buyers moving back into here,
Let's go.
having all this aggression, and it's
Dude, the
within
combat
versus
in this game just
because now
never gets
red
old.
flag,
And somehow
we have
it's
buyers
free to
struggling
play.
to
So hold
push.
on,
They're putting
let's
all
rewind.
this effort, and we're staying
As I
below
started up
value area.
WHYTE
Then I'm
for
gonna
the
be a little
very
concerned
first
about my
time,
trade.
I
Maybe move
decided
to
to spend
break even.
7
So
days
I
playing to
use
answer
these
one
candles
simple question.
during trade
Could a
management
free-to-play
to then in their
RPG
footprint
actually
candles, you know, it's
become
the
one
bid
of my
buy ask.
favorite
I have them
games? And
set
let's
up
just
with bid
say,
buy.
this did not go how I expected. My name's 𝐂𝐎𝐿, and this is my story. Now,
My
as I
name's
always do, I went
𝐂𝐎𝐿.
into Where Winds Meet completely blind. No research, no guides. Everstone Studio did reach out to me about trying their brand new Hidden Mountain expansion and sponsoring this video, so I knew that was where my journey would eventually lead. But for now, I was starting at the very beginning, and before I even had time to settle in,
The cowards probably wouldn't dare.
the cowards probably wouldn't dare proceed to show up. You slew your own father and stole the jade. Okay, so but that was kind of sick. I feel like I'm button mashing a little bit, but I don't fully know what buttons I'm supposed to be hitting right now. Oh, yep, I like that one. Okay, what's this guy? Who is? What was that? No.
ចុយអាមួយនេះវាយមេនឹងឈ្នះ
Any medicine? First try. First try.
បោកឯង
Let's go.
អញវាយមេនឹងដែរមុនដំបូងតន់ឈ្នះហងអូវាយបានជាមួយហ៎
Wait, no. There's not more. No way, there's more. Oh my gosh.
មែនឈ្នះមេនឹងបាក់វាយវូន early ដល់វាយចុង
That's not fair.
តែឆ្ងល់
Alright, boss difficulty is high. You recommend a challenge after level 30. What level are we again? 2. That is definitely not the last time we'll be seeing the puppeteer. From there, I went to speak with the Wayfarer, and this is when everything started to change. First, he gave me a map for the 𝐂𝐎 province. Okay. I've explored 1%. Then I learned Tai Chi from a black bear before immediately using it against him. And finally, I went to the General Shrine. Slow, but we're moving. Unfortunately, though, we crashed. Jeez, we're starting off hot here.
Well now, someone who won't go with the
Can I fight? I just want to use these. Okay, here we go. New puzzles, new challenges, new treasure chests above me and see another path, and then head underground and discover an entirely different area. It made exploration feel less like trekking from one objective to the next, and more like I was constantly uncovering another layer of the mountain. And on top of that, the mechanical theme gave Hidden Mountain its own mountain. It went... Oh, that does so much damage. I'm gonna go ahead and waste this. Oh my... Oh, we are cooking. But this is my favorite. Hit him with everything. Oh, we can parry this and we're good. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. My name's 𝐂𝐎𝐿. If you enjoyed this journey, make sure to drop a like, make sure to drop a sub, and most importantly, make sure
បាច់ស្វឹងទៀត
ton of fun. Specifically in PVL, which was my favorite weapon before, I was looking forward to these two weapons and they are both finally released, so I use them as a combination. And some of you might ask, well, is that a valid combination? It works pretty damn well, surprisingly well. Like in PvE, you have tons of staggers, so you can permanently stagger bosses that can be staggered, of course. There's bosses that can't be
បាច់
staggered.
ស្វឹងសាហាវ
It
បា
works
ច់ស្វឹ
pretty
ង
well. And it's also a very, very good combination for PvP
small.
with a lot of combo flexibility, which I personally really prefer. I love when I have like a lot of options.
គេ
for doing
បន្ទប់ប
combos.
តនចូល
Of course,
ក្បាច់
keep
ទាំង
in
អស់
mind if you want to be on the top of the damage leaderboard in PvE, then you need to play the recommended combination.
ចូលមួយអាមួយនេះចាយលុយមែន skin នោះយ៉ាហ្វាក់
playing this combination. So with
អត់ចាយ
these two
skin
weapons
នេះមកមិញ
released,
ញ៉ា
I'm already pretty happy and I'm having
skin នឹងមួយ
a great
10000 ឡាវ
time
បងប្អូន
with Where Winds Meet right now. Even in PvP, which I negative in the past about Where Winds Meet, released up
ទិញបានអត់
this
10000 ឡា
mountain in July already with gauntlets and up to the tone. But are updates faster than expected? Well, yes, actually. So we might be catching up at some point. Which is a great ad is drinking right now. Buffs extra input where you use the drum for AoE attacks as well. And this weapon also comes with a ranged stun and a ranged pull, so you can ease away PvP into Guild Wars is probably all. So first of all, CC, as well as a really cool
Wait, wait,
some
wait.
aura, but this one
Ôi,
tops
mai
it
mà
all.
bling.
So first of all, you have a pretty strong engage, like a charge attack that you can use as a close combat engage, which
Anh
I
đi
think
flood.
is probably a strong engage for PvP, for 1v1 melee moves. Like this move just
Flood
looks
mid
insane.
Hello,
I
flood.
mean, I don't think it's going to be that great for 1v1 situations, but it just looks cool. And I gotta say, looking at the moves, this drum fighting buffs and debuffs, and seems to be more so cool that this will switch more damage to the hits
Chào bạn đi.
and maybe also
Thôi kẹp con sót mấy nè. Ồ.
I ask volume and delta. And I want to make sure that the aggression from the buyers are resulting in actual price progression. And every single time they continue putting in the effort, getting that result, I begin to trail behind that aggression, because sometimes if we see that aggression and then the aggression fails, well, we may start pulling back. So this is kind of the idea. It's a very basic idea of how I'm looking at the market. I want to understand what we're doing in the higher time frame. I want to understand the regime of volatility that we may be in. Now, keep in mind, Gex goes way more into detail, but I don't really think it's the time and place for that right now, because it's options. And if you start talking about Gex, you got to start talking about
We'll save the Black Scholes
right.
model for another time.
Charm and Vanna, yes. It's so.
Chris, I did have a couple questions. First,
Go ahead.
Excellent. But this is our discount zone, correct?
Correct.
How do we identify specifically that this was the discount zone?
That's a great question. I actually use Fibonacci retracement for that. So what I'm looking at is I'm usually going from swing low to swing high. In this case, it would probably be from here to here. And I'm marking out fib levels. Now, the fib levels specifically are the 705, the 788, and the 886, okay? And it's basically creates a zone. It's basically like golden pocket idea, right? And so I'm watching for us to get in here. Now, this is actually a very good thing you bring up, because I need to make sure that this is outside of value area. If I draw a fib and we have the fib levels sitting inside value area, I don't really want it. And I also want to see internal structure before we enter into discount, so potentially a sweep, right?
So by internal structure, and I know we're drawing it out, so it's a little, but how can we verify that we have this good internal structure going into this move? What's going on here is very clear. We're moving between value areas, basically, finding new value, moving up and up and up. And then we're looking at this discount zone here, right? When you mention internal structure, what specifically is happening in that area that you want to see?
Well, I just want to see a swing point. That's it's really not as complex as that. It really just should be a swing point. We push up. I mean, it's very rare the market. This is not how the market looks, right? The market doesn't do this. It has pullbacks. It breathes a little bit. And so I draw these fibs. Now, the thing about these fibs is this 886 is incredibly important. Why? Because this is the final area where if we're going to actually come back up, we're going to do it in the way that I trade before we get past the 886. The moment that, let's say, we see us selling into this, okay, and buyers, maybe they're there, maybe they're not, but if they cannot shift the dominance back towards the upside to continue this value up structure, and we end up going below the 886, I'm not taking the trade.
That invalidates it.
It invalidates it, because if the pullback's going to happen, it should happen after we get out a failed auction lower, out of value area here. So that's how I determine it. But it's fibs outside of value area, discount or premium, based on what we're doing.
And for our order flow candles that we see here, we're looking for value area, POC, all on either a bid-ask or volume profile candle, delta candle, to be on the lower wick itself.
I want to see it at the extremes. I want to see it at the extremes and a failure of that. Now, there's a very big difference, and I trade on 5-minute charts, by the way. Now, I look at the hourly, the 15-minute, and I use the 5-minute. Sometimes I'm using the 1-minute, but I'm looking at 5-minute candles, and what I want to see is, let's say there's a candle that comes down, and this is a bearish close, okay? And there's a wick like this, and all the participation's building down here, let's say. And you can say, well, Chris said that if participation is building down here, that's a bad sign for sellers. But let's understand what's happening here with this candle. It's a bearish close. Let's say it's a stronger close. Yes, absorption can be happening, but absorption doesn't mean automatic reversal. That's not how it works. Absorption happens constantly throughout the chart. So what I need to see is I need to see the dominance shifting back the other direction. So what ends up happening is you'll see it kind of in the extremes of the candle, in the wicks of it.
And then
បង
price
សួស្ដីបងមិនឆ្លប់trade ពី
afterwards
មុន
we
ដែរ
sort of
បង
via
គឺក៏ថ្មី
confirmation
ហ្មង
that
នៅក្នុងវិស័យហ្នឹង
there was absorption in this area and now dominance is shifting.
Well, the indication of there being absorption in this area is you're seeing aggressive participation of sellers. I mean, you can watch the book, but a lot of the times it's like iceberg orders and it's algorithmic orders on the book and it's loading so quickly. The easiest way for me to see it, some people use CBD, but the easiest way for me to see it is in these two candles as a combination. So I like to view it that way. Is it the right way to do it? Well, there's different ways to view information. I like it this way.
CBD អីគេ
The easiest way for me to see it is in these two candles as a
CBD
combination. So I like to view it that way. Is it the I'm looking for aggressive participation of sellers.
អត់
We
ដឹង
can
អត់
tell
ស្គា
by
ល់
the delta in this candle. It's basically like a ladder of delta. At each price level, you
ឃើញ
can
មួយ
see
តិចមក
what was happening. So we want to be negative delta.
CBD
Why? Because it means that there's more aggressive sellers than aggressive buyers. This will causes it to be negative. So we needed to see it there. Now, in these candles that I haven't drawn out, it's a bid by ask. In these candles, you'll see like X's, they'll be like this, and then you'll have like numbers on the side, and it'll be this ladder of numbers. And I have an indicator that lights up these numbers in bold when there is an imbalance of 400% or more.
អ cash
Meaning
before
that,
the
just so you
delivery
know, on the ask, we have sellers, right? But when we are filling those orders, it's buyers, because the only way to,
អូទៅនោះ term where a buyer must pay the seller in the full before good service អានេះតាក់ទងនឹងនិយាយពី supply ហ្នឹងនេះចុយ
let's say you're putting an order
ដល់
passively,
ដល់
the order
professional
numbers
ហើយមាន
are
អារ
on
ម្មណ៍ថា
the
ពាក្យ
ask,
flag វើយ
are only going to get filled by an aggressive buyer. So basically, the way I'm looking at this is the right side is aggressive buyers, left side is aggressive sellers. And when we start shifting in the other direction and we start lighting up in bold numbers, that's how my chart's set up. It's showing me that there's a real aggression coming back the other way from the buyers. And I wait. Doesn't mean I go long, because we can be whiplashing around. I want to see us try again. And when we try again and we fail for the second time and flip again, I'm going long.
Now, Chris, it's clear where your stop loss goes. At this specific location with basically your confirmation, or where you start looking for a trigger, the final piece of the puzzle here, our stop loss generally goes under it. Now, with the targets,
មែនអ្នកសភានេះក៏មិនអត់ដែរបើសភាអ្នក trade ចឹងបាន
you had mentioned it could be at the POC, could be at a previous swing high. Is there any systematic way that you handle this or choose which target to use, or would it be more discretionary?
So,
Ever thought about getting into prop trading? Perfect timing. Right now, we have a huge offer for you.
on a 50K account, what are you going to do? Risk 1% of that? $20?
That's still too much. The 10K crypto challenge for to the video.
Typically, I'm aiming for swing points, okay? I'm usually aiming for the swing points, because if the market never takes a swing point, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing this until we flatline. That's not what the market does. We go and we take swing points. So I'm usually looking to target highs or lows a lot of the times. But as we enter into areas, let's say the POC, let's say the call wall is sitting here, once we approach it, even though my target's all the way up here, well, I may start trailing the stop.
Okay.
And so it's usually swing points being the target, and typically why also there's orders clustering in this area. But I usually will have a full target and I'll trail my stop on the way up. And it more often than not will result in kind of like anywhere from a 1.5 to 2R. So it's really not
Đã
crazy
đây mình
risk
hỏi
to
ok ôn.
reward.
Good
But
night.
that's really all I need, to be completely honest.
So with that RR, what win rate do you generally see?
It usually floats around 60 to 65%. And then the profit factor will float around like 1.8. It fluctuates a little bit. And it also, you know, it's important to note that a lot of the times I'm trading prop firms, and 1.5R is more than enough for prop firms, because prop firms, right, you are required to be pretty aggressive when it comes to risk management. Why? Because you got $2,000 of drawdown. What are you going to, on a 50K account, what are you going to do? Risk 1% of that, 20 bucks? You can't. So you have to risk more, right? And to risk more, it's slightly dangerous, but you know, 1.5R makes sense. Why? Because if the drawdown is 2,000, let's say the drawdown is 2,000, that's what you got. But the profit target is 3,000, that's literally a 1.5R. So if you just constantly take 1.5R trades, then you'll be fine.
Well, I'll tell you what, 1.5R at a 65% win rate, it's really good. So yeah, this would definitely be something.
The issue that a lot of people run into is they're so overly focused with like big R, you know, like they're like, oh, I want to hit a 10R or a 20R, and then they send a screenshot and they're proud of their like small stop loss, and it's like the guys who are like, oh, bottom tick, top tick. I don't care. I want to be right. I don't want to look cool. I want to be right. And if that requires that I need some extra confirmation that's going to ruin my bottom tick, I do not care. And it's going to make it so it's a worse R, but more often than not, I'll be right more times than I'm wrong. And it helps also psychologically, because if you keep going for a 10R and you're a profitable trader, you know, you're probably going to be losing a decent amount of trades, but the wins are obviously much larger than the losers. So then it kind of works out. But for a beginner trader, that's tough mentally, because you're losing. Then what do? You just start doing random stuff because you're frustrated, and now your account's gone. I mean, that's basically like majority of prop firm traders that never pull payouts.
So just to be clear, you use this in prop environment, challenge, and funded?
Yes, but I'm extremely aggressive in evaluations.
And you also use this on your personal?
Yes.
So this is the strategy you generally and traded the World Championship with?
Yes, this is the exact thing that I did. Yes. I mean, there's obviously like, it's not so cookie cutter, like, you know, this is a basic, you know, overview of what I'm looking at, but there are scenarios, there are edge cases, there are things that happen, and my goal at the end of the day with all of this stuff, okay? My goal at the end of the day is to just watch effort versus result. Who is being successful in that effort in causing price progression and who is not. And I'm trying to understand, where are we likely headed to, and where is the best place to do business. Now, there are some times where we can sit here and talk about all different types of scenarios all day. But my job is to try and read what's happening in the auction, but the battle between the buyers and sellers, and try and make the most informed decisions I can. And more often than not, what's the best informed decision that I can make is to not participate. Because as a trader, the most important thing that you can do, your biggest advantage, is that you have selective participation. And most traders don't take advantage of that. They think like, if you're not trading, you know, you're doing something wrong, okay? When I started using order flow, two things will happen. Either you start taking more trades because there's more data and you start thinking you see more things, or you do the opposite, which is what I did, and I use it mainly to filter trades out. Some days I might not take a trade. Some days I take one trade. Some days I take two trades.
គេបងប្អូនអ្នក professional គេបានប្រាប់ហើយgiờពេលខ្លះគេអ្នកថ្ងៃខ្លះគេអត់ trade សោះហ្មងគេដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយអញ្ចឹងហើយថ្ងៃខ្លះក៏មាននឹងមួយ trade ថ្ងៃខ្លះពីរអញ្ចឹងទៅtrời ơi mà ơi បងប្អូនផ្លាស់ប្ដូរការគិតក្នុងការ trade បាបយកពេលខ្លះខ្ញុំធ្វើវីដេអូ live ទៅឲ្យបងប្អូនមើលក្នុងការ trade អីហ្នឹងវាជាតម្រូវការអ្នកដែលគាត់ចង់ trade បែបអញ្ចឹងតែគាត់ថាវាមិនល្អក្នុងការ trade គេអ្វីខ្ញុំប្រាប់បងប្អូនគេសម្រាប់ professional គេនិយាយអញ្ចឹងដែរខ្ញុំអ្វីខ្ញុំប្រាប់បងប្អូនបានដោយសារខ្ញុំ research ទៅ ពីច្រើនឃើញអ្នក professional trader គេនិយាយយ៉ាងដែរខ្ញុំយកប្រាប់តទៅឥឡូវបងប្អូនបានឮផ្ទាល់ជានេះ
But I'm not sitting there all morning like scalping back and forth. Not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but I don't like making like back decisions because it starts to wear down on my focus as well as my mental capacity to make calculated decisions. I want to only have to do it a couple times a day. It keeps me from making unnecessary decisions.
So, Chris, and just to be clear, there is going to be pieces of discretion in here that can't be perfectly mapped out across the process. This is generally how the process works from start to finish in a theoretically perfect environment, right? Now, is there anything objectively other than 886 here that makes this entire thing fail, fall apart, or you don't touch it?
Yes, when participation is low, let's say we're in an environment where every 5 minutes, so typically I'm trading MNQ and I look at MNQ order flow, which most people, they disagree with that. They say you should look at NQ, but it is what it is. I pay attention to MNQ. It works for me. I do it. So I'm looking at MNQ, 5-minute candles. I have a threshold. I have a threshold of 20,000 contracts per 5-minute candle because the moment we begin to drop below 20,000 contracts per 5-minute candle, participation is dying out. It's getting lower. Chances are we're probably heading into the lunch hour. And for me to catch something like this, well, I need a bunch of participation. I need there to be volume. I need there to be people transacting and doing business. The times where we start doing slow grinds, volume tapers off, and we're kind of just like doing whatever, I don't touch it. I don't touch it. That's part of the reason why I only trade like an hour and 30 minutes of the day. That doesn't mean I'm not looking at the charts. I mean, dude, I'm looking at the charts constantly, but I really only want to participate when there's a lot of volume happening.
Chris, thank you so much. I mean, extremely detailed, well thought out, something that traders can come to at any time, years in the future, and come into a process that you've found a lot of success with, and it's demonstrable as well in the World Championship. So let's jump off the whiteboard. I'll ask you a couple more questions and we'll see what we got.
Cool.
So Chris, from your entire process, what is the best way for a trader who might want to try it to deliberately copy and practice it until they're able to execute it efficiently?
So with prop firms, realistically, you do not need to be the greatest trader ever to make money with prop firms. You really don't. And what you need to do is if you want to trade the way that I trade, you can absolutely go do it. The way you'd go do it is you learn auction market theory, you download a order flow platform. There's tons of information out on the internet. You can understand what you're looking at and how to read it. And they have great platforms out there. You got ATAS, you got deep charts, you have all of
ឆ្កែ
these
សួរ
things
សួរភ្លើនេះវាពងប្រម៉ូតហើយវាសួរអាហ្នឹងហើយ
available to you.
អានេះ
to
វានិយាយ
replay
ផ្សេង
those,
ហ្នឹង
how to kind of get the reps in.
ជឿអញ
But really, being a profitable trader doesn't
ខ្ញុំ
really
ដាក់
come
sell
down to
limit
that.
4000
What it comes
400
down
អត់
to more so
អត់ចូល
is
សោះ
the way that I think about it is you have A game sessions, B game sessions, and C game sessions. They have nothing
អូ
to do with
ខន
the
តិច
P&L.
ចឹង
They
set អីចឹង
have to do with how did you actually execute.
market open
And
ដាច់ gap ទៅ
consistency
ក្រោម
in terms
ហើយ
of
មកទៅ
profitability doesn't come from more A game sessions. It comes
ទៅ
from
បើសិនវាមកលើ
eliminating
ស៊ីបានច្រើនណា
focusing on the back
ហើយ
end.
មកក្រុមស៊ី
It's
បានតិច
back end optimization, not front end optimization.
ចឹង
You do
តោះ
not
ហ៊ាន
have
និយាយដែរ
control over how
តែ
many
ណាក៏យើង
losses
ចំណេញ
you
ហើយ
get. You just don't.
អ្នក live
You have control over the dumb losses, the losses that
តែលើ
were
ចំណេញ
from
ច្រើន
cost
ទៅ
of
ក្រុម
doing business. They were unnecessary. And where most unprofitable traders lie is they have those C game sessions. The C game sessions that destroy a week worth of A
គាត់
game
ស្ដាប់អានេះ
sessions,
ល្អ
a month worth of A game sessions. And that's what causes in the prop firm industry this like loop of like boom and bust. You pass an eval, get in the funded,
Buy how to
fourth
buy.
day, blow the account. And it's just that C game session. And it's this misnomer or like this misconception from a lot of traders where it's about more
ជួយលីង ប
knowledge,
ចា
more
ទៅ
information, more
SOS Children
data, more
Village ទេនេះ
strategies, more
10 ដុ
setups.
ល្លារ
It's not about that. Yeah, you need to know what
បង
you're
ស្រី
doing,
ធ្វើ
you
បុណ្យ
need
រ
to know
ហូ
what
ត
you're looking at, and what we're actually participating in
ការ
because
បាន
this
ប្តី
is
នេះ
a beast of a thing
បុណ្យ
that
ចឹង
we're kind of doing here. It should be respected. It
ថ្ងៃ
shouldn't
អ្នក
be
ល្អ ងាយ
taken
ជួបគូ
lightly, but
ជួយ
you have to focus on making
អ
the bad
ទៀត
losses because there's a good loss and a bad loss. making the bad losses less frequent. That's where consistency comes from. It doesn't come from strategies necessarily.
What's the difference between a bad loss and a good loss?
Let's say what I drew out on the board, I take that trade. Now, I'll take that trade, let's just say 9 times out of 10, unless something's happening. Maybe there's news coming out right before we're in the area. Let's just say I take it 9 times out of 10. That's something that I trade constantly. I know that I trade it in the way that I trade it, it'll do fine. So I trade it as long as I properly executed on it, meaning I didn't hesitate, I didn't chase, I didn't get FOMO, I didn't get in early, right? As long as I did exactly what I needed to do and it loses, well, that's just what happens when you operate in a probabilistic environment. There's such thing as variance. You're not going to win every single trade. And if someone out there knows how to win every trade, please let me know. I would love to be a billionaire, you know what I mean? But you have to understand losses happen. But there's a difference between a good loss and a bad loss. Now, what is a bad loss? A bad loss is when you, let's say, the market opens, some massive move happens, and you're sitting there slightly frustrated as a trader. You're like, maybe you're in a community, you see everyone posting profits, you're frustrated. So what do you begin to do? Well, the way that most traders think is in order to get results, they have to participate. To a certain extent, that's true, right? But they force that participation by doing what? Bending their rules, bending what they should be looking for. Maybe they didn't, in my case, let's say a bad loss would be we come into discount in that scenario, but I don't see sellers, getting absorbed and dominant shifting back the other side. I just see we're in discount. And I go, we're in discount. I think we're going to go up. And so I try and anticipate that. I try and guess, and I don't let it confirm itself first. I just try and anticipate it. Well, if that trade loses or that trade wins, that was a bad trade, because over time, if it wins, it's not going to be good. So it's basically reinforcing bad behavior, and that bad behavior is what causes C game sessions. Because if you lose that, now you're frustrated. Oh, I didn't follow my rules, whatever your rules are, right? I didn't follow my rules, and then now you're trying to make your money back because you're uncomfortable looking at a red P&L, and it just spirals out of control. Now you're tilting, and the account's gone.
Chris, it's an excellent point. Now, specifically when it comes to your rules or a plan, how did you figure out that your rules or your discretionary system, how did you figure out that this is something that works?
So first of all, when it comes to rules, any type of rule where you're like, don't overtrade, don't oversize, those are not rules, okay? Rules require an action attached to it, and they have to be specific, and it has to be specific to you. Now, every trader, to my belief, right, has some sort of line in the sand for them. Now, that line in the sand is where they go from making calculated decisions to not making calculated decisions to making emotional decisions. For everybody, it's different. For one trader, it might be a certain dollar amount P&L. For another trader, it may be a certain amount of break-evens or a certain amount of losses, or even to the point where overconfidence. Maybe they're winning so much, now they're not making calculated decisions anymore. They're making emotional ones, overconfidence. You have to identify where those are for you. It's a difficult thing to do because a lot of the times when it comes to trading and these things where you're trying to self-diagnose them, a lot of the times they're invisible to the person it's happening to. And so what you have to do is you have to be very self-aware, incredibly self-aware. A lot of the times if a trader tilts and you ask them, where did this start breaking down? Like, where during the session did you start making those bad decisions? They'll probably point at the big trade that lost. That's not where things broke. Otherwise, let's say it was you sized up and then you have removed your stop loss and then you say now you're tilting. No, something caused you to do that. Some sequence of events occurred and you have to find out where it is. Now, once you diagnose that and you find out where it is, well, now you build solutions around it. So let me give you an example for me. When I collect data on my trades, I notice a pattern where by the time we're an hour and a half into the open, my trades just get dramatically worse. They just get dramatically worse. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm not as focused as I am. Maybe, at that point, I probably missed out the move of the morning and now we're trying to force something, whatever it is. I know that's not good. So then what do? Well, I have a hard shutoff time. Now, I know if I lose 3 trades in a row, I'm going to be frustrated. I'm going to be pretty frustrated. And chances are, I should never be taking 3 trades in a row because most days I'm taking 1 or 2 trades or none. So if I'm taking 3 trades in a row for a setup to happen, what are the chances I'm getting 3 solid setups in an hour with the way that I trade? Probably not very good. So what do? Well, if I know that if I take 3 losses in a row, there's like a 50-50 chance I start making bad decisions. Okay, well then stop after 2 losses in a row. Same goes for everything else. You have to identify where those like breaking points are. And it took me an incredibly long time to do it. And it was honestly a pretty painful journey of losing a lot of money before I kind of understood this is where this begins to break, this is where this begins to break, and you stop yourself before you get there. Now, here's the thing about that. You have to stop yourself. If you don't have any self-control, trading's not for you. You need self-control. You can't go through life without self-control. Where are you going to end up? Jail or dead, right? So trading is no different. You need self-control, and it brings out this like gambler behavior in a lot of people where they have no self-control because money and emotions are a terrible mix.
How do you deal with them?
Well, at this point, I've been doing this for a while, so kind of like, when I lose, the only time I'll get really frustrated is when I do something that I know I wasn't supposed to do. Now, I'm not perfect, I'm human. There's days where I make mistakes, and the moment I make a mistake, let's say it's a bad mistake where I entered prematurely or I chased or I just tried to assume something was going to happen rather than watching it, I have to shut it down. Because the way that I think about it is I went through that stage of waking up every single day. I'm on the West Coast. I wake up every day at like 4:30 in the morning. And there was a long period of my life where I woke up every day, I lost money, felt frustrated all day, woke up and did it again. It was a constant like losing streak. And it was honestly a really tough time mentally because what do people do? Well, you tell people, oh, I'm trading. And then they ask you, how's your trading going? And then you're just like, sometimes it's so embarrassing with how much money you lose, you don't even want to tell people. So you kind of shut down the conversation. So it was just this terrible time in my life. And so anytime now, right, where I get frustrated and I'm maybe clicking on the size, making more contracts, right? I'm getting ready to add more contracts. I have to remind myself of that phase of my journey that I never want to be in ever again. That's my motivation. And so for some people, they may not have that because they can't look back at a time where, they were maybe struggling. Maybe they got into trading and they just hit a nice little variance run and they've been all sunshine and rainbows. And so they've never felt that. But for me, I felt it, and I felt it for a long time. So I think back to that, and I remind myself as I sit there and I say, I don't like that version of myself. I never want to go back to that version of myself because that version of myself was miserable. I'm not anymore.
What was the definitive turning point between that version of yourself and this version now?
Well, that version of myself was focused on money. I was trading, and I would never recommend anybody to do this. I quit my job. I went to go travel. I traveled and I said, I don't want to get another job. Scrolling through Instagram. Oh, this guy just made 40 grand in 15 minutes. He says he day trades. I'm going to try and learn that. I had all these savings. I had money. I lost it all. I went through this like hell loop of a cycle of like doing the same thing over and over and over, like I'm sure many traders know, the wrong things. And I kind of got to the point where I was actually in debt. I was in debt. I had no money, no income. I depleted most of my savings. And all I had left was like my crypto investments that I'm like taking money out in a bear market. I'm like, this is terrible. So I kind of got to this breaking point where I just honestly felt like a loser. Like I was so disgusted in myself, but I was to the point where I was so far in at this point. I've sunk so much money, so much time. I made the decision, albeit it was a reckless decision, that I was either going to figure it out or I was going to lose everything in the process. It's a terrible way to go about it, but that's just kind of how my mind works. But that doesn't mean that I go try and get more aggressive and fight the market. I changed the perspective. I said, what's the problem here? Well, the problem is I'm focused on money. That's not where the focus should be pointed towards. It should be towards the execution. So I completely sized down to 1 micro on a prop firm where you're basically not passing accounts, you're not getting payouts, but you're getting reps in. And I solely tried to remove the concept of money from it as much as I could. You can't do it completely, but I tried to do as much as I could. And I just only focused on the execution. Well, then guess what happens? When you focus on proper execution, money becomes the byproduct of that if you're doing the right thing. And then it becomes easier, and then it's just repetition. And then what it comes down to at that point is just paying attention to regime changes, paying attention to changes in the market in terms of volatility or whatever, and then adjusting. So there was just a point where I was just like, this is it. Like, this is where people would quit.
So you had to remove money basically from the equation here. And this would kind of help improve your trading psychology then as well, right? Where you're not as emotionally attached to a position. Would you say that being able to separate those two is what was the definitive turning point for you?
Well, it's not that I can separate it. I understand the money is obviously still an element. It's like, why do we trade? Well, we trade to make money. It would be a lie for me to say that I never think about money. Of course I do, but that was the main focus. The main focus now has shifted toward execution, and I still understand money's being thrown around. I'm winning, I'm losing money, right? But I care more about how I performed in terms of execution than I do in terms of P&L. I care way more about how I traded rather than what those trades caused in terms of dollar amounts.
So if you had to start over then, how would you make this process go quicker to get from starter Chris to now Chris?
I tell this to traders when they're in the beginning of their journey. They need to understand what it is that we're participating in. Okay? Like, this is you're in a market, you're trying to trade a market with whatever you're trying to trade, and we're going up against not only yourself, right, but also other participants in the market. It's this kind of like PvP arena almost, and you have all these different people who will have all these different ideas and all these different goals, and it's this entire auction of just trying to determine the price of an asset. And some of those participants are retail traders like yourself, and some of them are large institutions or people who need to fill large size. And so it's important to understand the mechanics of the market. Like to just hop in and then start drawing lines and then like getting frustrated when your lines don't work out. Well, you should understand what drives price. It's just basic market mechanics. Now, once you do that, you should go and you should find a strategy. Now, it's important on the strategy that you pick because some people have a personality where a strategy that presents a bunch of setups every single day is not going to be good for them. Let's say someone can handle that. They can handle split-second decision making. They're not going to carry it over into other trades. So you have to find the strategy that complements your weaknesses kind of well and your strengths. And then don't hop around. Just focus on that one. And focus on that one and focus on the actual execution of that strategy. And if it turns out to be a BS strategy and it doesn't work, well then, if you execute on it properly, you're going to find out, hopefully. But you should never, as a new trader, go on YouTube, look at a strategy. Some guy goes, this one setup changed my life. Now you're like trading this guy's setup and you're like, it's not working for me. Next guy, next guy, next guy. And then now you know all this stuff, all these different, now you're looking at the chart and you're like, but this strategy says this and this one says this, and now you're just screwed. So just focus on one thing.
Chris, is there any final piece of advice you'd want to leave for struggling traders who might be inspired by your story or your process?
If you're struggling with trading, you have to really be honest with yourself on why you're struggling. Most are going to believe it's an information problem. A lot of the times it's not going to be an information problem. It has to do with their behaviors. And some people, unfortunately, are just not going to be good at trading. They're not. The way that they behave is just not going to complement trading. Now, if you're struggling, just understand that most people struggle. You're not alone. I know you guys go and you may look on the internet and all you see are people winning. How am I the only person that loses? Okay, I would recommend to stop looking at that stuff and just focus on yourself. Focus on, executing properly, having the proper system to protect yourself from yourself, and just keep doing it. And you'll eventually get to a point where you're either going to start making money or you're not. You know what I mean? And the thing about beginning struggling traders, I guarantee you majority of them are just super focused on the money. I mean, that's why they trade. Okay, but let's how about if you're struggling, let's take a month, size all the way down. Size all the way down to the point where this size is almost insulting to you. It's like nothing's happening. Perfect. Because now you can focus on actually executing properly. It's not going to result in, you know, huge P&Ls that you can screenshot and put on your Instagram, but it's going to start building the right habits. And that's, if you're struggling, you need to change your mindset to that. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you.
Chris, thank you so much for coming in.
Of course.
First live interview I've ever done, and I have to say it was quite remarkable.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
100% return on that July micro competition, Robin's World Cup.
Yeah.
26. It's really impressive, man. Seriously.
Thank you.
IQ Capital, built by traders, for traders.
I did that $140,000 in payouts on 1% risk. Some of the trades being 1 to 20s, I was getting 10% on a trade. This is really what will make millions and millions of dollars of the markets, is just understanding this principle.
Most traders think you become profitable when you discover the holy grail. Our guest today thinks that's exactly why most people are failing.
But from the monthly to the minute time frame, these concepts are universal. A structure standpoint, liquidity would be under these lows and even above these highs. And really, this is a major key when it comes to trading liquidity using just candlesticks alone. Keeping it simple and easy is what I call, that's the foundation. Once you have that, you know overall direction of the market.
Today's guest is Riz, and he made over $140,000 trading just part-time. The most surprising part is that his edge isn't built around dozens of indicators or complicated concepts.
So now when you hit this and you've hit a 1 to 10 across the board, you're talking like 20R and can be 20%. And then finally you hit take profit. Through this strategy, if you follow it step by step that we're going to go through, you're not taking like 10 losses to then get 1 win. You're taking 1 or 2, but that requires.
Today he walks us through his exact framework. He explains how he builds trade ideas from the higher time frame before working his way down to an entry. And he even goes on to share the mistakes that have cost him money along the way. If you've ever felt like you're making trading harder than it needs to be, this is the episode you need to watch.
For me, I'm bullish. For me, this is the 50%. For them, however, that's a bearish breaker structure and they're trying to sell here. So this didn't put me off because I'm thinking it's cramming all this liquidity. That's just an inducement, a liquidity sweep. So for me, I'm like, okay, I'm executing this. So what do?
Let's get into it. We're going to pretend I know nothing about trading.
Yeah.
And I want you to teach me everything there is to know about yours. So I'll pick things apart as we go through this if I feel like I'm unclear on anything.
Perfect.
But otherwise, take me through this. Where does your process begin?
Perfect. So this strategy, like we said, $140,000 in payouts last year, part-time on the side, pretty hands-off as well for the most part. And in my opinion, very simple, very easy to understand. And, you know, we're going to go straight into it. So exactly how to build a foundation as a trader, any trader, whether you're trading millions of dollars or you're trading even small capital, this is the principle of trading within like 60 seconds right here. What do we need to do? We need to identify a trend. Now, what is a trend? You have your bullish market, you have your bearish market, and of course you have your sideways markets. Now, most of the time, markets are going to be very similar to this. It doesn't look exactly like that, but very, very similar. It's very simple stuff, right? Higher highs, higher lows indicates that we are in a bullish trend, prices moving higher. Lower lows, lower highs, bearish trend, prices moving lower. Now, where you take it to the next phase, this is quite easy to identify, especially from a higher time frame perspective. Once you go lower time frames, it can get a bit messier, right? And that's what I'm going to talk about here. So if I just rub out, we'll do it from a bullish perspective. Okay. And what we'll do is actually when it changes structure, right? So I'll actually rub it out just a bit more. And what we're going to do is just break it down one step further. So say we're bullish, and then we have our change of so-called structure. Some people call this, obviously, a POS, breaker structure. Some people gave it a term a few years back that I don't see too often now, which is a chalk, whatever the hell that means. Some bullshit. But yeah, this is the thing with trading. So many names for the same stuff. I would not get caught up on names whatsoever. And you'll see with me, I'll say some stuff that it's just the name that I know, but I will, anything I say, you probably heard so many different terms for it.
Yep.
Just don't worry about what I'm saying, right? Just mainly focus on the concept. Okay, so taking this same concept here, if we then take, say, this segment right here, right, and we zoom in on what's happening on the lower timeframes. So lower timeframes wise, we've had a bullish structure. So what this will look like here, so let's say this is a daily or 4 hour, right? Because they will be pretty in line. Then once you go down to your like 1 hour 15, and then I would say your next bracket would be like 5 and 1, right? So I kind of treat those ones very similar. Like the 1 to 5 minute structure is going to be quite similar. The 15 to 1 will be quite similar. 4 to daily, and then so on. So in this case, let's say we're starting around there. Price on the lower timeframes is going to be bearish at this point, but yet we're bullish on the higher timeframes. And this is where like the layers to begin with can get a bit confusing, but it's our job to really just make sure we're taking note of where we are at on the bigger picture, even as a scalper. Reason being is that you then know what the high probability direction should be. Doesn't mean you can't go counter to that. It just means that you know, though, should you try to go counter and it doesn't work out, you know exactly why. And you should hopefully not get too emotional. So at this point, we're bearish. But then when we make that higher low on the lower time frames, price is going to, of course, break structure. And now what do you have? You have time frame alignment. You're now in line with what that bigger picture is doing. And that becomes the higher probable trade. And of course, this looks very easy, very simple. And I wish it looked as good as this, right? I'm sure all of us would. Of course, when we get to the charts, you'll see more of a reality of this and what it actually looks like with a lot more maybe choppiness, some more price action that can throw you off a little bit. But that's our job, right? Our job is to try and identify this and how it can look like this. Once it makes a new higher high, same thing's going to happen. Those lower time frames are going to break structure and then have the next higher low, right? And in doing so, our job is just to identify this. So really, this is really what will make millions and millions of dollars of the markets, is just understanding this principle. Simple principle, market structure at just a very basic level. Understanding structure from a higher time frame and how it translates to a lower and vice versa. That's the foundation. Once you have that, you know overall direction of the market. Now, this is very important, especially as a swing trader, because the strategy is a very high reward to risk strategy simply because of this understanding. Understanding that, okay, bigger picture, we're aiming to go higher because we're bullish in this scenario up until this point. And say we have an overall target. Lower time frame picture, we're trying to execute to then get entry here with a smaller stop loss to get a large target. So a lot of the trades that I took to get that $140,000 in payouts last year were 1 to 10 plus, right? With that, you do take some losses. But thankfully, through this strategy, if you follow it step by step that we're going to go through, you're not taking like 10 losses to then get 1 win. You're taking maybe at max 1 or 2, right? But that requires patience. Now, this is pretty understandable, very simple stuff. Now, what I like to do then is then to layer the next really major confluence. Like some people try and argue structure over liquidity or versus liquidity. I think they do go hand in hand. Sometimes a good friend of mine, Marco, who we've done an episode like this with, it crossed 1 million views yesterday.
Nice.
He focuses only on liquidity. He believes even sometimes market structure is a trick to form liquidity and actually uses market structure to base liquidity around. And we'll actually touch on that a bit today because I use liquidity very heavily. So what does liquidity mean? To me, liquidity just means where are the orders within the markets. At the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We're trying to understand where the buyers and the sellers are. That's all this is. Whether you're using order flow, whether you're using liquidity concepts, ICT concepts, SMC, break retest, trend lines, all we're really trying to do is understand where the buyers and sellers are, right? Through buying and selling does the price action move. And therefore, for me, liquidity is understanding where are those buyers and sellers? Where are they positioned? What's likely to be the emotional side almost, so that we can take advantage of that.
Do you want to skip the long evaluation process and get straight to funded? Because Traderify actually gives you that option. Traderify Futures is one of the most trusted prop firms in the industry. They've paid out over $125 million to their traders whilst operating consistently for years with stable conditions. And here's the big thing that most traders care about. They have no hidden rules and no denied payouts. If you hit the objectives, you get paid. It's really that simple. TraderFi also have really flexible plan choices. You can pass an evaluation in as little as 1 day. They have daily payout options, and if you want to skip the evaluation process entirely, you can go for instant funding. With instant funding, you can start trading funded accounts immediately without having to go through the evaluation. Account sizes go up to $150,000, and you can control 5 of these, meaning your total capital could be $750,000. With this, you can also request your payout every 5 days. But this is where things have taken a step forward. TraderFi have just launched TraderFi Elite Live. This is a brand new live trading program with a performance reward pool. This means you can earn extra rewards on top of your profits with up to $90,000 available across multiple accounts. And here's the key to this. You unlock those rewards by trading profitably for 5 days and keeping your profit above your drawdown. So now you're being rewarded for consistency and not just big wins. They've also introduced new plans with a much lower barrier to entry. You've now got options like the Select 25K and the Growth 25K. Whilst the price has been reduced, they've kept features like their flexible and daily payouts and even 1-day pass evaluations. On top of that, there are no more subscriptions. Everything is a one-time purchase only. You now get instant dashboard automations, which means if you pass your evaluation on one big move, you don't have to wait around. You can activate your funded account immediately. And in terms of platforms, you're not restricted to any one choice. You can now trade across Tradeovate, Wealth Charts, Rhythmic, and even TradeC as potential options. So if you're looking to get an account, make sure you use code PFT at the checkout. The link is in the description below. Let's get back to the episode.
So if we look at this, where would liquidity look like from a structure standpoint? A structure standpoint, liquidity would be under these lows and even above these highs. Right? Why? Because when people are buying at these levels for that higher low, with that mindset that it's a higher low, they're going to be placing their orders within these areas, probably all the way up, to be fair to some traders, obviously chasing price, but within these areas, and their stop loss naturally usually goes below the low. Now, we could use order flow to, not really on CFDs. I was trading CFDs, but I imagine this concept would probably work on futures. I haven't looked, to be fair. But with CFDs, you can't really use order flow because it's not centralized. So anyone selling order flow courses in the Forex space, you're a scammer. Stop doing it now. But yeah, so if, let's say, it was the case, you could then look for this actual levels of where orders sit. But where you can eyeball it, you can use the candlesticks and just the understanding of human emotion and decisions as traders. Similar process. Like once we're getting to these highs and this takes place, right, the break of structure here on the lower time frame at the highs, the orders are going to start coming in for shorts. And again, the stop losses are going to be above the high. It's very natural, very easy to understand, right? So when price then sweeps this high, liquidity has been taken, and the mindset is, okay, there's probably not much more liquidity to the left. This will depend on what's happened to the left. And when we look at the charts, we'll be able to see. So price needs to engineer more liquidity. It's not going to just keep going in more. That's why price doesn't just go up forever. It always has its pullbacks. It always has its turnaround points, right? And the beauty of this is on the bigger picture. What's happening over here? The same thing, right? These lows, liquidity. And we're just talking from a structure standpoint right now. So when price then comes back down, when price is coming down, it's building liquidity to the upside, right? While taking the liquidity on the downside. When it gets to these extreme lows, this is when the emotions start taking place. Why? Think about it like this. Again, what are we trying to do? We're trying to understand the mindset of the buyers and sellers. Those who did not close their trades here and ended up getting taken out break even, start to revenge trade, right? Start loading up buys probably here, and here, right? So they're getting taken out at this point. The sellers are getting stronger. That's probably why you start to see the sell moves being a bit stronger as it gets to those lows. What else is that doing there? That's also forcing sellers, a lot of sellers, to try and pile in more because they're assuming this could be it. We're going to break the structure. We're going to sell off aggressively, right? So they're loading up. Those buyers start to then flip their bias to start chasing price. So they start selling down here too, right? So what's that doing? That's just building more liquidity to the upside. More liquidity to the upside. That's why it's our job to understand this bigger picture. right? This is why even as a scalper, you got to keep this in mind because this is the overruling trend. This is the one that what I used to class as, and again, a term as the anchoring time frame, right? The weight is much stronger on this time frame versus the lower one, right? But a lot of people make the mistake of getting sucked into the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and just staying there, not looking and not going back to check what did the 4 hour do, what did the daily do, and it's only a quick reference, right? Yeah. So I hopefully you're following along so far in terms of my understanding, and this is just a liquidity from a structural standpoint. Let's say we added on different layers, which you can do, and you don't need to draw these on. You just, really at a certain level of trading, you can just see it without plotting it, right? But a trend line, same principle. People who are using trend line trading, their stop losses are going to be below the trend line, pretty much in the same places as the structure. So again, you don't need to draw it on. You just know and understand trend line liquidity. You have your session highs and lows liquidity. So again, if you're trading Asia, then your stop losses are probably going to be below Asia low and above Asia high. If you're trading London, similar thing, like stop losses, probably because a lot of people's strategy in London is to target one of Asia highs or lows. You're normally going to have your stop loss accordingly as well. Same with New York, right? Same with daily highs and lows, right? So if we have a daily candle, anyone who's traded within this day, normally their stops are going to be either above if they're selling above or if they're buying below. Weekly highs and lows, even 4 hour highs and lows, right? So really now I'm sure the question is, Briz, what you're saying basically means that liquidity is everywhere. Well, yeah, orders are everywhere. But what we're trying to do is just identify when has a bulk, when has a, as I said earlier, when has emotion really start to kick in. So in this scenario, we've swept all this trend line, lower highs, maybe a session low, maybe even a daily low. That's a lot of liquidity taken, right? We've layered that up. So at that point, emotions are high, right? Now, all we have to do is say, where are the emotions the highest? In this case, with this example of us coming down, the buyers are getting frustrated because price is coming against them. The sellers are feeling euphoric because this could be it. Price is going. This is the low could go, right? So now the liquidity is built to the highs, right? And has been taken already to the lows. Does it mean that all elements of liquidity are gone? No, because obviously there's more liquidity here that could be taken. So how do we justify buying still? Same again, higher time frame structure. Okay. Now, what do I layer up next? This is how I base my trade. This is how I get from a swing trading perspective, this is how I build my trade idea. Okay. Where's the area I want to trade? So if I'm looking at higher time frame structure like this, I'm saying I want to buy within this region. I use a very simple, I don't use the Fibonacci in terms of the 61.8, 78.6. I can. Actually, to be fair, there's an element where I do, which I'll show you. But really, the main premise for me when it comes to the Fibonacci tool is identifying the range, the trading range, the significant low, in this case here, to the significant high. And all I'm interested in is buying below the 50%. And the way I've used that as an analogy is you want to buy when things are cheap and you want to sell when things are expensive. Best example, a car. I want to buy a car as low as possible. So for me, in a bullish scenario, that's under the 50%. I'm getting a discount on the car. Now, if I want to sell the car, I obviously don't want to sell it for what I bought it for or a discount. I want to sell it for a premium. So in that case, when I'm selling, when we're in the above the 50% of the overall range. General concept, very easy. So now, again, I've done this. I understand the higher time frame picture. I understand the lower time frame as well, where that's positioned and what the direction is as well. I understand where liquidity is sitting and what should be hopefully taken out. And now I understand the range as well. So now I won't buy until we're below here. I won't buy until liquidity is being taken and significant liquidity is being taken at that. And I won't look to buy until we see that lower time frame breaker structure back in alignment with the bigger picture. Okay. So now we've done that. That's how we base the trade. That's how we build the idea. Now we're going to talk about how do we enter and how do we set our stop loss and our target. Okay. So far, hopefully it's simple. How are we thinking?
Yeah.
Maybe too simple, I think.
I think the simpler the better.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this and normally I'm trying to piece it together bit by bit, but I think your breakdown so far is spot on.
Thank you.
Loving it.
Thank He's just saying that.
Yeah.
It's because I'm here.
Yeah. Wait till he leaves the room.
I know, yeah, that's it. But again, I can imagine people at home are like, Riz, we know this.
Yeah.
And well, that's good. So hopefully you made some money as well. But okay, keep this in mind when it comes to the structure side and the liquidity side. But as we go to the entry, it's pretty much the same stuff, to be honest with you. There's no magic sauce, unfortunately, but it's magic to me. But let me just draw the bigger time frame picture over here. Say we're bullish. The same examples in terms of bearishness. It's just the same but flipped. The concepts don't change, obviously. Structure, the range, the liquidity, all the same. So let's take this bigger picture as bullish. And we're going to start to isolate when it comes to the entry, what's happening here. Okay? Now, I got to tell you the magic numbers in trading, right? The institutional numbers that everyone should know. 200, 500, 800. Could be 20, 50, 80, right? You could say 0, 0, but these are the three magic numbers in trading. Now, the truth is that's a lie. There's no magic, right? And it's not institutional. That was just how it was presented to me when I learned it, institutional numbers. What is the mindset behind these numbers? It's very simple, really. Human nature, round numbers. People like round numbers. How often is it that you go, oh, let me set my stop loss at 217.5? Not really. You normally probably just say 210, right? So that's really the premise behind these numbers. And key levels. And really, where can you see this? If you look at a stock, right, or Bitcoin, let's take Bitcoin as a good example. Where was the all-time high? 69, interestingly, 1,000, right? Yes, it had a few extra decibels on there or a few extra dollars, but round, significant number. Where was the lows? Normally around significant number. And that's just human nature, right? So let's say when Euro USD, so that was primarily what I trade. I have a gold example for you later as well. It's a universal strategy, by the way. You can trade it pretty much on anything. And again, from swing trading to scalping. And you'll see, you should understand why already, to be fair. But on Euro USD, when price went to parity a couple of years ago, went to 1, right? So €1 to $1, right? And it went just below. But that was a big turning point. Why? Because a lot of orders would have been targeting there. Stop losses would have been there. Because it's a very significant round. Literally, you can't get any more round than that. 1. Yeah. And then we saw a big, and we'll look at the chart. Big reversal from there. We haven't gone back since. Cool. Anyway, the magic numbers I've covered for you now. So 200, 500, let's say 20, 50, 80. I don't know why I said 100 to be fair. 20, 50, 80. They're the numbers that I will use in line with entries and with targets. And that's where I said about the Fibonacci, the 61.8, 78.6. That's where I'll actually potentially use them, but it's less so about the 61.8, 78.6. It's more about those numbers. So I'll just take a Fibonacci tool for you. Hopefully my lines are straight enough. So say that's your golden ratio, right? 61.8, 78.6, right? Some people have 71 and all sorts in between for some reason. So all I will look for is, this is obviously the structure. So let's say we've got the price here. That's one leg, right? We're wanting price to come back. All I will look to do is, what is the closest institutional number? So what's the closest 20, 50, 80 to the 61.8 above it? So in this case, let's say it's 200. A 200 level sits above. That's where I'll be interested in what price does there. 78.6, same thing. What's the closest above it? Maybe in this case, it might be a 500 level. Okay. And that's all I have to do. I'll just have to mark it out. That's it. Just put a line tool there, or just know that, okay, the 200's there, the 500's there. Normally, I'll look to the left and say, oh, there might be actually a fair value gap, right? Or an imbalance, whatever, again, term you use. Maybe there's something over there to the left as well. We're below the 50, of course, so we're in the buying region for this example. And then, of course, liquidity, right? What liquidity has been taken to the left? Are there significant lower time frame lows? Is there a daily low? Is there... And a lot of the time, things will overlap. And that's all our job is. Essentially, you're building a probability in your favor by having as many layers that make sense to your trading and to the market, right? And again, what are we trying to understand? What the buyers and sellers are doing. That's all we're doing. Just trying to understand that. So that's another layer. Very simple layer. Numbers. 2, 5, 8. Now, once we've identified that, again, let's go to the entry now. So I'm going to...
Can I ask one quick question?
Of course.
Based on what you've shared here, I understand the numbers completely. You mentioned, obviously, you sometimes look for things like fair value gaps, other areas of confluence to kind of stack that probability. how important are those other layers to you? Like, will you take an entry blind just based on the numbers, or do you need the other confluence as part of what you do?
So we still have the confirmation to get to.
Okay.
So the numbers are more so like, okay, this is where price should be magnetized to because we are bullish. We're under the 50%. We're in the area where price should look to, as long as the trend's going to continue turn, and then we need the next steps to actually execute.
Okay.
But those, they're not necessary. The liquidity is necessary.
Okay.
We always want the liquidity to be taken because otherwise, you know, there's no reason for why the buyer should step back in, right? We need that liquidity to be taken because if there's no liquidity here, the reality is that that's probably the time when you could sweep the low of structure and then have the move up.
Okay.
Because then there's no liquidity internally. We need to take the external, right? But it's very helpful. It's very helpful to have a fair value gap there. It just adds an extra layer, adds an extra layer. By the end of the day, you still want your confirmation. Don't get me wrong. Let's say if I was saying, hey, let's place limits, and I've done that before, where you just place limits on the numbers. The only way I'll feel comfortable placing the limits without the confirmation is if there's significant stuff to the left, right? Fair value gap, daily lows, and significant liquidity to the left. That's the only way I would feel comfortable placing a limit order over manual execution. And I've done that as well, and we'll probably have some examples of that, to be fair. But yes, so if that was missing, I wouldn't place a limit. Couldn't blindly trust that. But if there are significant things to the left taken, fair value gap, and so on, adding those layers, that's where then I feel more comfortable saying, okay, I'm willing to risk, on this trade, given this, all these layers that are present already without the execution, especially because, again, the swing trading perspective is I don't have time to be there every time to manually execute. If I can, it's amazing. But, there are times where you have to trust the limit. So again, though, if the liquidity is missing, the likelihood is this will then be the next liquidity point. Where technically speaking, if price was to go below that area, you would expect to break a structure. But if you understand that liquidity needs to be swept and then you get the confirmation, then you can keep in line and the mindset that that's a false break, it's a liquidity sweep to then continue.
Got you.
Right? Because again, by following the buyers or sellers, what we're also trying to do, we're just trying to follow the money, right? And in this case, if there's no money there, the money's there. And if the money's there and we get the reaction we want, and we may have wanted in here to make it cleaner and a bit more easier to take that and feel more confident in, the money's there and it gives you the reaction. The reaction's essentially trying to tell you that now the money's back up, right? And the next target of money and the liquidity should then be this area, right? So let's take this off. So now let's talk about the entry model. And we're not done though. So it's not just enter now. Now it's confirmation. Now again, we're thinking about liquidity.
Quick question for you. Are you actually tracking your trades properly, or are you just taking them and then moving on? Because if you're not reviewing your data, you're not actually improving. This is exactly what TradeZeller fixes. It's an automated trading journal that connects directly to your broker, pulling all the information about the trades that you are taking. This is the absolute best way to get a full breakdown in terms of how you're actually performing. You can connect an unlimited amount of accounts, including all your prop firm accounts, with their prop firm sync feature. You can even use the backtesting function and the trade replay feature to figure out what's actually working in your edge. TradeZeller now has AI integrated into it. This is the one tool that's going to drastically improve your performance as a trader. Head to tradezeller.com and use code PFT for 20% off. That's tradezeller.com and code PFT.
So if I just keep this a miniature version over here to the right of what we just had drawn out, I won't put the 61786, but you understand. We have 200 and let's say 500, just for the numbers as well. And we're talking about this area here, remember? So now I'm going to do another color for you to make it interesting, keep you entertained. We have the lower time frame structure now, right? We're going to be coming into the below the 50% level. Now, say to the left, we have, in this instance, fair value gap, and we have taken some daily lows. So we've got some nice confluences there. And even if we haven't, though, I still, again, want to see this. Right, as I said, confirmation. So even if we don't have the fair value gap, we don't have significant liquidity to the left, I have to see this if I'm going to execute a trade. And this is very simple, and it works off the exact same principle. And really, this is probably a major key when it comes to trading liquidity using just candlesticks alone, keeping it simple and easy, is what I call early buyers and early sellers. And in this case, the example is early buyers. What does that mean? It's essentially a break of structure. But in this case, I have to see a break of structure fail first before I then look to do a manual execution. Why? It's in the name, really. The early buyers, they're getting taken out. So that's when the emotion becomes peak on both sides, if you think about it. Because at this point, the sellers are in control. It's pretty obvious, lower lows, lower highs. We broke structure there. The rules dictate we should go higher now. So now the buyers are stepping in the gas. They're putting their limit orders. Let's use another color here. They're putting the limit orders here with their stop losses just below again. There are those who are just manually executing, not caring about where we are, and just buying. Stop losses again below here. The sellers have just been taken out from whoever sold here, right? And maybe close break even, whoever sold here, and maybe even closing their trades because they think they're about to get stopped out of anyone above. So now the sellers are getting out, right? And therefore, again, that's what helps push it a bit higher too. But then there's the sellers who got taken out in revenge trading. So now they're selling, and the stop losses going above this high or maybe the high to the left. So why is that what I would call peak emotion? Because both sides are emotional at that point. Both sides are wondering what to do, putting orders in and out of the markets. And bear in mind, again, at this point, we're at almost the final layer. We've already done all this dissection of the higher time frame, where we're positioned, the numbers, liquidity that's been taken to the left, or what areas to the left. We're at the final state, and now peak emotion is present in front of us. So what next? Next is we want to see a real breaker structure, right? So now the in this case, early buyers have been swept out. Now, if we see price break aggressively to the upside, this is where we're looking to execute. Okay. And stop loss placement is up to you. This will depend, and it's a good point to make, your risk tolerance, your target, right? Again, this will now come in. This is a scalping entry for the most part, depending on the time frame, because this is universal. This concept, all of these concepts, from monthly time frame to minute time frame, seconds, yes, but it gets very messy for me. I know some people are really great; they can really lock in. For the most part, I've seen people use the seconds when they trade order flow on futures. I'm not sure about Forex. I've not seen really anyone use the seconds too much on Forex. But to the minute, even the minute can be very noisy, right? It's sometimes hard to dissect. No problem there. You just step up time frames. But from the monthly to the minute time frame, these concepts are universal. It just changes your target mindset, your stop loss placement mindset, frequency of trades mindset. And that's what's important to understand here. But yes, stop loss placement, depending on your target and what, again, scalping or swing trading, you'll probably change. Now, sometimes I was taking a bit of a wider stop up to about 30 pips, 35 pips, especially when I was doing the limits. I would have a rule of 35 pips fixed, unless there was like a level of structure that allowed it to be lower. But otherwise, 35 pips fixed on limits. Manual execution, I would feel personally more comfortable with the scalping stop loss. If, however, close by, not too far away, there's a higher time frame structural point, then I won't mind giving it a bit of breathing room if I feel more comfortable. Because the target in this case normally is a higher time frame target, right? Which means I might be having in this case, and there's an example of it, to be fair, 9 pip stop loss, but then 2 300 pip target, right? And I'm not sitting here saying I'm a god and I'm holding all the volume. I like to have targets, along the way on the lower time frames where price could turn. And therefore I paid myself in case it does turn, and in case that's not the moment for the big move I'm looking for, right? So at this point, you have a choice. You have a few choices here. Me personally, I do look to get price to have a bit of a pullback before executing. I'll normally base it on how much of a move that is worth. If that's like 10, 20 pips, then I probably want a bit of a pullback so I can get the tighter stop and not have too much of a wide stop. If, however, that move there is only 10 pips, then, and the stop loss means it's 10 pips or 10, 15, I'll probably accept that because, again, I'm going for 100 plus, normally 200 plus. So therefore, the risk to reward is really, really nice still. But essentially, at this point, you have a few options. Like I said, you could just manually execute here and have the stop loss below. Some people like to use the range and have their limit then place or manually execute at the 50% stop loss below. Some people have an order block. Some people have their value gap. That's where, again, choose entirely whatever you're comfortable with. But I would say have rules around it. And that's your execution. Stop loss, again, below the low, because at this point, you're saying, hey, all the liquidity is taken. We're in the higher low region. We've hit the numbers. We've had, obviously, our peak emotion. And price, this should be protected low, right? Price shouldn't really, after all of this, take this low, right? If it does that mean the whole idea is scrapped? No. It just means that as long as we maintain this low, we could have another sort of breaker structure. Maybe that's 2 sets of early buyers, potentially. Doesn't happen too often. On the 1 minute, it does. The 1 minute is more tricky. If you're doing this on a 15, a 5, it's going to hold a bit more weight. An hourly, it's going to hold even more weight. If anything, if you really want to stack up the confluences and create like a really A+ setup, the best way to do that is to have an hourly early buyers first, and then get the early buyers on the 5 minute or 1 minute after that one's been taken out. So now you've had a huge amount of liquidity being taken and that emotion, if you will. But yes, so stop loss below the low or the significant low, and then looking to target the high. In this case, let's say, for example, 1 to 3 is able to hit. For me, 1 to 3 is where I will normally take about 20% of my position off, right? Which means I still have, which normally means it's about 1%.
Yeah.
I don't normally risk 1%. So let's say I risk 0.5%. So I did that 140K, a lot of it was on 0.5% risk.
Wow.
But let's say 0.5%. So if we're going for at 1 to 3, that's 1.5%. 20% of that, it's almost 0.5% or just under in terms of risk back. So what that means is it's paid for a potential stop loss, right? Later, right? It's the base hits, essentially. So if price does go back to break even, because normally I'll go break even as well, because by then it normally means price has created some structure, and so price should not come back to my entry. So I normally do that, and then I'll hold the rest to a significant target then. So let's say a significant target could be this high, right? So when price is then essentially going into higher high territory, I may take another, then I'll choose it based on how I feel and the momentum, but normally try and take another partial there. But I am always aiming as a swing trader to hold as much volume as possible. That's the hard bit of swing trading, is holding as much volume, because really you're trying to maximize that move. And then I'll have an overall target, and the overall target probably be a strong liquidity point to the left. And we have a great example of this on Euro, which we're going to go into on the charts in a moment. So that will be my overall target I'll look to hold. Now, the beauty of having the overall target is when price comes back down for the next structure, so in this case, let's say high lows, you can do repeat the same process. Now you have 3 trades, all with lower volume, but in total might be 1.5% of risk. It's no longer risk on the table, which is beauty, but in terms of like, if it was on the table, in terms of lot sizes, 1.5%. So now when you hit this and you've hit a 1 to 10 across the board, you're talking like 20R, right? Which is incredible, and it can be 20%, which it has been on occasions, actually that reward. And then finally you hit take profit across the bigger picture idea, but still executing lower time frame wise with these different, and don't forget, it depends how aggressive you want to be, how active you can be. For me, a bit less active, of course, but for others, they might be full-time trading. So they might be able to then get scalps and day trades on the shorts following the same exact process. Right? The same, because what's happened? Liquidity's been swept, lower time frame break, institutional numbers, early sellers in this case. And we have examples of these, I believe. Early sellers, you then short, knowing it's riskier though, so you have to accept that risk. 2, you're shorting, really the overall target in that case will be the 50% of the range, because once you're below there, that's where the buying territory begins. And you can capture 1 to 3s, 1 to 4s, base hits, and I would probably make sure, if you, let's say these are 1% trades, that would probably be a 0.5% trade, because it's counter trend, right? But you can stack the probabilities into your favor for the short term following the same principles. Yeah. Trying to think, is we're missing anything? I think that's all covered. Simple.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, go.
So we talked about, obviously, the entry model here. You've done a great job in terms of describing what you're looking for, where your stop loss is going. And we've talked about, you have this process-based rule to scale out initially at around 1 to 3. And then you've got a final higher time frame objective right at the significant point of liquidity. But you mentioned there may be a high in between where you scale out a little bit further. Is that something that you'll set an order for, or is that something that you're kind of discretionary watching the price to see how it reacts before you take some off the table?
So there's multiple ways to do this, right? So let's say if you're risking 1%, and this is happening here, right? You could choose to, if you have the areas in mind where you want to take it off, you could then decide, let's say that 1% is 10 lots, just for example, to make it easy. 1 to 3, 20% off. You could then set free entry orders instead of 1.
Right.
And so therefore you can just set TPs.
Got you.
Yeah. So you could set the 1 to 3 to be 2 lots off, fully TP. Let's say you take the other 30%, leaving 50% in total at this high. Therefore, you can do it automated in a sense, right?
Okay.
Because the problem is you can't, as far as I know, using MetaTrader, you can't set a partial TP in MetaTrader, right? I think you can maybe potentially do that if you have it on your Mac or PC and then use a program. I can't remember what the program's names are. You might be able to do that. But as far as I know, from most people trading on their phone, you can't set a partial TP on one position, right? Multiple TPs. Maybe on MetaTrader 5, but even then I don't think so. But yeah, that's one way of doing it. The other way is that you manually keep track, right?
Gotcha.
So when you have alerts, I don't get me wrong, I've had times where like this happened, I'll show you actually, where my overall target hit, but I wasn't available at the time. And by the time I've seen it, prices come back a bit more, 50 pips. But that's where the hard bit comes in, right? Because now your rules tell you, even though you've lost out on the 50 pips, and really in the grand scheme, after all of these entries and the huge movement, it's not the end of the world, but you've set it in your mind for 3-4 weeks that, I'm going to have this much profit when I take this line out, and you go on the charts and you hope that it can go back. The reality is after such a big move and such significant liquidity, that's done now. This is coming back. And I'll show you that's exactly what happened. And I had to make the hard choice of just getting out and not getting the 50 pips I could have had. But, in trading, could have, would have, should have, it doesn't matter. So that's again, pros and cons of decisions. If you're going to make a certain decision, you need to accept what the cons are. Don't just look at the pros. So the pros in this case is that, okay, if I don't set the hard TP, I could make more because it could go higher, right? But the cons are price could also hit your target and you're not available and it goes against you. Right. And you have to accept that, okay, if target's been hit and your idea is complete, that's it. You need to get out, like, because otherwise, this is exactly what happened. Luckily, I did get out because I've learned my lesson. So yeah.
And one other thing I had in mind, maybe this is just clarity for me. You mentioned obviously this idea about stacking potential trades towards going to a larger, significant point of liquidity. You mentioned the benefit of doing that is obviously amplifying your position size, increasing basically the amount of money that you're going to make on a single idea. You mentioned you do that primarily after risk has been taken off the table. Are you going to break even after you've taken initial profits at that 1 to 3? Is that a mechanical rule, or is there a different way that you do that?
Mainly mechanical.
Okay.
Because as I said, the 1 to 3 usually, by the time that's hit, structure has been formed.
Okay.
And because we've already waited for this liquidity and the price to get to the discount and to the left and the high time frame structure, ideally based on the strategy and the edge, price shouldn't be taking this area out again, this low. And because it's more of a scalping lower time frame entry, that low and the entry are pretty close by, as well as the fact that there should be more structure that's formed by the time that 1 to 3 is hit.
Okay.
So that therefore, again, price shouldn't be, if the idea is valid at that point, shouldn't be going back. And this is where it came back to the risk management is so important, because 1 to 3, you take that off, you get a stop loss worth almost of a profit in the chamber, and then go break even. And we'll come to when I don't do break even, right?
Okay.
Because then what happens is if the idea is wrong at that point, but yet the overall idea stays valid, the bigger picture idea. Because bear in mind, those bigger picture ideas could be 3 weeks, a month, month and a half. I've had that. Some of the examples I believe we're going to go over were that. So in that case, it could be wrong for that moment, that day, right? But maybe not that week. So therefore, later in the week, this becomes again back to that example, that might have been a 5-minute early bias, but that's an hourly.
Got you.
Right? So now you got a much bigger one, and then you get the same again on lower time frames. You get your early buys on the 1 minute, and then you see your break, and then maybe even now an extra daily lows taken as well. The idea is more valid now than ever. Right? But this is where, as a trader, the challenge comes. Because now, how do you stop yourself getting tricked into selling and thinking you're wrong and revenge trading? But that's where the beauty of that 1 to 3 helped, because now you bought a stop loss, even though you didn't lose. The beauty is, though, now let's talk about your actual question. When don't you go break even? Let's say if there wasn't structure and price just aggressively went. Right? I would still take the partial, but I might just reduce my stop.
Okay.
Right. So it might be a case where maybe my original stop was to the higher time frame low. Now I've moved it to below this low. So now my risk went from, let's say, 0.5%. Now it's 0.25%, but on top of that, it's even lower because I took the partial, right? So it might be 0.1% risk now, right? But let's say even if it was 0.5%, that partial is paid for the trade.
Yeah.
So even if it loses, it's like essentially break even, right? So if that's to happen, I now don't really take a loss, and even if I do, it's very minuscule and allows me to be more calm as well and stick to the process. And means if I take this trade now, one, from a prop firm perspective, I still have risk. I'm not like in drawdown and the emotions getting it. And just from a trading perspective in general, like I know I have paid for this trade and allowed myself not to be in a position where I'm down to get this trade. And I follow the same process, right? Early buys, blah, blah, and then we see that reaction again. As long as the overall idea is still intact, if anything, now we have more weight because of this. And then we go again. And same principle, follow the same rules, right? And the beauty of this might be that 1 to 3 in this case might even still be within this leg.
Yeah.
Right? And it might even be that because of that and the aggressiveness of this potentially, you might say, I might not even take volume at 1 to 3 this time. I'll take the volume when I hit this. Right? And now, again, price might come down, give you another entry and repeat the process. And so rather than even just getting 1 entry per high or low on the high time frame, you might end up getting 2 within 1 leg. Right? And then you might do it again there and there. And then you're not trying to get as many entries as possible. If I'm going to take another entry, though, I'm always risk-free on the first one.
Okay.
So there's never like a multitude of risk on the table.
Got you.
Especially because the prop firm I was trading with restricted me to 1% risk. So I couldn't. I had to be careful. Which again, you know, people say it's a negative, and I get it because it's like more restrictions, right? We don't like being restricted as a trader. But at the end of the day, I did that $140,000 in payouts on 1% risk. 1% risk rule. I did it risking 0.5%.
Yeah.
You know, because the stop losses were nice and tight. We were swing trading. So even, you know, some of the trades being 1 to 20s, I was getting 10% on a trade, right? Maybe after partial 7 or 8%, right?
Do you stick to 0.5% risk even in the challenge phase? Because I know some people have a different protocol with risk between challenge and funded.
Challenges, I'll be happy to do one just because the nature of it, like it doesn't, you're not trying to pass quickly, but you're not going to get anything from doing 0.5% risk,
right?
And doing it slowly in terms of there's no payout on the line. You're not making anything. You're just trying to get through this. But to be fair, you could risk 1% on the fund of doing this. I was purposely doing it because I knew I don't need to risk 1%,
right?
Because of the nature of the trades.
Yeah.
Plus, with the 1% rule, it just invites slippage, invites chance, swaps, swing trading. Bear in mind, remember, So the swaps on the prop firm I was trading on, which is FTMO, there's no secret, there's no shade, but the swaps were insane. There was times where the swaps were almost 2%, because I was holding that long. But 2%, I don't. For me, I've not seen those sort of swaps in live trading. So it felt a little, in my opinion, very aggressive from the prop firm perspective, but they get to choose. You know, it's their choice.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, I still made 20,000, right? Or 140,000, even with those crazy swaps, right? Yeah. So it's not like, again, like we could sit here and say, prop firm this, prop firm that, you did this, you did that, but you just change a few things, tweak a few things, accept a few things, you still make money. Like, okay, that $140,000, it's a lot. That, you know, for most people, they could be full time on that, right? For me, it was literally just doing it on the side because I love trading. I also wanted to test myself and see if I can trade on the side whilst doing the podcast. And also, don't get me wrong, bit of like social. I am a trader still, guys. Yeah, don't think I'm just podcasting out here. I can do this stuff.
Yeah,
I just choose not to because I don't need to, right? Yeah. And I'm very fortunate, thanks to everyone, the community, and all the things that we do, to be able to say that and do that. But at least I know I still have the skill set.
100%.
You know, and I did that with one prop firm. I only traded with FTMO only because that's who I traded with before, and I already had accounts. And the main thing for me was like, I don't want anyone to be able to question, you have a partnership with them and you're probably just faking it. So I did it with them, who I never work with. They don't work with anyone. And that was my mindset. But I did it with them, being max funded mainly, so 200K accounts. I did them separately so that I could lose one and not worry and be no funded. I did end up losing one. And a lot of the payouts I did were on one 200K account, risking 0.5% for the most part. I was risking 0.5% on per trade, but doing this. The big payouts, 20K, 30K payouts were from getting this position.
Mm.
But they didn't happen all the time. And I did get, when I did it one time, I did get guilty of trying to replicate it a couple times. And it can bite you. But again, if I do 0.5% risk, even if it bites me, I'm losing like 1.5%. If I'm trying to take multiple entries. So it helps.
One last question I have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm picking your brains with this.
It's okay.
Do you, I know obviously, and you've talked about this right at the very start, that sometimes structure is not always as clean as the perfect higher highs, higher lows, right? There are obviously going to be occasions where you get wicked out of a market, you get stopped out, and then another entry criteria presents.
Yep.
Do you give yourself a rule? Do you have a protocol which says I'm only allowed to take X many attempts at an idea before I stop for a day, a week, or as long as the entry requirements are there, do you always pull the trigger?
So for me, as long as the idea is valid, I'll still attempt the idea. However, based on just human psychology and my own personal psychology, I will aim to not take more than 3 in a day.
Okay.
Right? Because even if the idea might be valid, that's where, the tilt starts to come in. And then that's where you start making impulsive decisions, even if the idea is valid still. Because the problem with that is if you let it go to even 2 to 3, even 3 in a day for swing trading perspectives can be on the higher end. But it can happen because if you're trying to get the scalp entry, it makes a little bit of sense. The issue is that I've had that before. That's how I remember I said my spend isn't that much.
Yeah.
When it comes to that $140,000 in payouts, my spend was like literally 2-3K max. I checked it as well to see, and it was literally so low. And the reason for when I did lose an account, I remember one time it was because I was getting caught up the idea is still valid, but trying to get that entry on the lower time frame and getting sucked into those lower time frames and not following like a 2 to 3 stop rule. And then I lost that account, and then the idea valid still, presented the next day or 2 days later.
Gotcha.
Right? So then all I had to do was follow the rule, lose maybe 1%, 1.5% max, maybe even lose 0.5% the next day if it presented. But then the day after, still be in the game, maybe down technically, let's say 2% in that example, but then the trade makes 8%.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's again, human nature. That's our job. The beauty of prop firms is that you could lose those trades, and let's say I could lose that account and potentially still go in and pass the challenge on that next idea because I just bought another challenge. The difference with live trading though is if you let that happen, there is no reset. You can't buy again. So if you did do that and be stupid and blow out, and the idea plays out next, what are you going to do? You're not just going to pull out. Some people do.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't just pull out more money and then do it again. You need to be able to take that step back. So thankfully, the beauty of what we talked about on the podcast is, because I don't need the money from trading, it's quite rare that I find myself doing that aggressive tilt stuff. If I did, however, I can imagine it would be much harder to control being on those lower time frames and taking multiple entries to probably follow that rule as much because I need the money from trading. I need to make this trade. I need to make sure I don't miss it. Let me keep going.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where like having that financial foundation and strength behind you to take that pressure off the trading itself is going to be so beneficial.
100%.
Because most people are, as far as I know, scalping.
Yeah.
And sort of day trading, shorter term, lower time frames. And there's so much emotion and commotion that comes with that. And therefore, if you need the money, you need the trade to work, that pressure will literally send you into that fight response. And before you know, you don't even realize you're doing it until it's over.
Yeah.
And you're sweating out and your heart rate's racing and you're pissed and you're angry and you're drained. And we've all been there. I spent a long time there before I became profitable. But the funny thing is, this is my strategy now. My original strategy that got me profitable was very similar. It was the institutional numbers and structure. It just didn't have the liquidity aspect and the early buyers and sellers aspect. It was just a pure limit on the numbers with the Fibonacci and the structure. That was it. But yeah, and that's how my first ever funded account, before we get the charts out, my first funded account, first time ever doing a challenge, passed it first time, the challenge, the verification, had a 100K account on FTMO, did 62% in 1 month, right? Ruined my mindset, obviously. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But ruined my mindset because doing that first time, it was just like, in my head, I was like, prop firms is the most easiest. Why have I never done this before?
Yeah.
It's the easiest thing ever. Next month, I'll do 100%. But it just so happened that limit strategy, just placing limits on the numbers. And I think I just learned about order blocks back then. So like, I'd just line up the order blocks with the structure and so on. It just so happened that for whatever reason, that month, it was just hitting. It was like the winning streak for that level of strategy. So I was just hitting and hitting and hitting. And then The next month I got up to like 12K, but because I was trying to push to get the same numbers, 12K became 4 or 3, and I took that payout. And then the next month I blew it. And then I spent a little time. This is like, 7 years ago now, around then. Spent some time like doing that for a while, trying to replicate the success. And then I had to take a step back and go, no, you just got lucky. You need to sort this out and create a formula, which then I started creating the rules and so on. So yeah.
Fair. Cool. Is there anything else that you wanted to share from the theory perspective, or can we pull up some charts? And
let's go to the charts, man. I think that people probably rage baiting us right now, saying, hey, I don't want to see this whiteboard. I love the whiteboard. It's my favorite bit.
All right, let's do it.
Cool.
Okay, so we're back on the charts. We're currently looking at a daily chart of euro dollar. What are we looking at here? Talk me through this.
So euro dollar, I tried to clean my charts up before coming today, because someone commented online saying your charts are wacky and messy, and even they said my strategy is wacky, and I was like, you don't even know my strategy, but now you will.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not too wacky. I don't know. But we're looking at a bigger picture here. So what I want to do is just run you through what my mindset was in terms of my bigger picture ideas that led to then the trades. As I said, look at the bigger time frame structure, and then form your ideas of where price should go, identify your liquidity points, and then your job is just to wait for entry areas and criteria to be met and then execute accordingly. So it's quite simple. Like literally, you don't need to, in my opinion, you don't need anything on your chart to look at the structure, right? Again, what are we looking at here? High, low, high, 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 low, high, high, right? From a big, monthly, if we go monthly there, from a bigger thing. If you go even more zoomed out, you could literally say lower, low, lower, high, right? It's just about which sort of time or section are you looking at, right? So when I look at this, if we look at it from a bigger picture, what does euro dollar like to do? This is a big hack when it comes to trading, is literally treating each pair or asset class that you're trading as a personality, right? Or a character, if you will. And then just looking at it and go, what is the characteristic of this? Or what's the personality of this pair? So euro dollar, I've traded for a long time. But even without trading for a long time, if you look at it from a month, just a monthly, it loves to pull back, right? It does love to chop around as well, but it loves to, when it has a move, pull back at some point. You see it all over here, all these legs down, pull back, legs down, pull back. Even here, when we had a really extended sell-off, pulled back, sell off, pull back, sell off, pull back, rise. So my mindset coming into this when we pushed up was now, as in for price doing what it's doing right now, is to pull back. Now my mistake, if you will, is how fast will that pullback take? Because I'm forgetting this is a monthly time frame. So for that pullback to take place, I thought, oh yeah, when we were here, we'll come back straight away.
Yeah.
But this is actually, if we look at it, exactly what should have happened is slow down, still opportunity within the slowdown, and then pull back. And now it looks like we're actually going to pull back. So when I go to the monthly, very simple. Resistance here previously, broken through. Fair value gap on the monthly time frame. Should probably feel that. Low to high, that's a range, right? Previous low to significant recent high. 50% sits right there, right? So now what have we lined up straight away? We've lined up fair value gap on the monthly time frame, pullback based on the characteristics. The 50% of the range already since getting to this high, we have our sort of target for where price should go, right? And generally what price should do longer term, okay? When price here to the left, and we're going to talk about these longs, okay, first, and then we'll go into the shorts and so on. Why this area to the left? Fair value gap, right? You could say order block on the monthly time frame is well above that. Liquidity from these monthly highs, these equal highs, these monthly highs to the left, right? So again, we've stacked confluence of why should price get there from when we were here, right? Why should price get to this area before we look to potentially slow down and reverse? Simple. One time frame, dissecting data, dissecting, again, buyers, sellers, liquidity, structure. Simple. Go to the weekly. We don't have to go to the weekly, to be honest with you, because we can literally just use what we looked at, right? But for the sake of just going through the time frames, similar thing. We look to the left, that's that area. Weekly fair value gap now, in line with that monthly. So even more, okay, layering confluences here. That liquidity build up here is even more clear in terms of high and high, right? Or I think even almost equal highs right there. We go to the right. What do we have? Significant low, right? Can act as a liquidity point. So obviously from here we went higher high, higher low, higher high. But that's internal to that monthly, right? So that monthly time frame was just from low to high.
Yep.
So though that might get broken on a weekly, and then people might go, "Oh, this is bearish," on the monthly we're still bullish, right? And then if we want to take it one step further, on the monthly we have this liquidity right here still to be swept.
Yep.
Right? And now we've added to it by stopping here, right? So we're still bullish in that respect. Longer term, that could probably take years potentially to play out, but at least we know overall there's an anchor there, or suspect there's an anchor there. But again, liquidity, right? So internal liquidity, because right now between here and here there's nothing, right? So price should look to go and take that out before then we see any sort of potential move back to the upside. And if let's say we don't get a reaction there, then we have the next area, right? And it still remains bullish.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't expect price to take this out. If it takes that out, that's where the idea could shift.
Okay.
Yeah. On a lower time frame, sort of closer price action, should I say, perspective, why wouldn't we look for price to get down here before this point? Because at this point, it's still all bullish. When it broke this low and made that lower low, now on the weekly, we made lower high to lower low. We're just following that, again, those very simple lines we started with. We go daily time frame. It's the same price action, just way more spread out. So where do our trades now begin? Now I've told you the bigger picture. Let's bring the drawings back, the mess, if you will. We can try and clean it up as we go along. But as you can see what's marked out, let me label it for you. This is the fair value gap from the weekly time frame. This is the significant, those equal highs, right? And this is the fair value gap from, I believe, actually, one second. That fair value gap is the monthly one.
Yeah, it looks about right.
Yep. That's the monthly one. And therefore, when price was, skipped a step, sorry. When price was over here, and this is where we're going to begin the trades that I took, I already had mapped out the fair value gap on the monthly, the liquidity point, and the fair value gap. Knowing that we were bullish at this time, my mindset was, we're going to target here before we get here, right? So we continued with our bullish price action. So if we want to then look at the most recent structure, we look at this higher low for the daily, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, right? Now again, this goes back to exactly what you said in terms of, it's a bit messy, isn't it? But let's clean that up. But in terms of, if we were using straight lines, that's easy to see. But if you look at actual candles, look at this. This would be harder to dissect potentially.
Yeah.
Right? Because you could then question, okay, what about this higher low here to that high, right? But my answer to that is, did we get that discount? Right? So here, price did not go back to a discount. So my thesis and what I do is just extend the range.
Okay.
Until we get that discount. Then that, for me, would be then a fulfilled or completed range in price action. So in this case, look, if you see, high, 50%, right? And I'm sure numbers-wise, that's the 0, 0, like that's 1, 400 to the left here. Sorry, I should, you guys can't see if I'm pointing, but here to the right, you'll see that. You see a liquidity again, to that point, liquidity's been swept there because people are going to assume break of structure, lower low, we're now bearish. And so you're seeing that inducement take place, that emotion come in. And so the criteria is being met, right? Overall bullish nature, overall higher time frame target. We had the 50% of the range, liquidity swept. Now we're looking for entry, right? So now what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to do the bar replay, start new, and we're going to need to bring it back to about here so we can see the price action. I actually like that they put, I like and dislike. For this very moment, I dislike it because now there's something more on the chart. But I like it because then people can't fake trades as if it's live and actually it's in replay. So that's not bad. So you can see the charts are marked up with the trades from previous. Now, I didn't manage to get an execution here. Very simply put, 1, it was Thursday and Friday, and 2, I was probably busy. And 3, as you can see though, from the daily here, there wasn't much for me to go off. Daily wise, we just come in, slow, out, straight away, right? And just reversed. So that's a shame because I do like to try and get the bottoms, but it's the nature of the game. But we go to the 4-hour time frame, and we'll just move a bit to the left so you can see the price action, and you can see where I have this marked out. So price is already extended. Unfortunately, we're quite far from the low. However, that momentum was very strong, and that was on a Friday. Coming into Monday, we slowed down and chopped around. Coming into Tuesday, why are we interested here? We're going to break it down. So we'll go down to the 15, if it allows us to. Yeah, did it? Yeah, it did. Just 1 second. Then we have to go back here. So if we take a look at what happened first at the low, because the low didn't present a valid entry for what we've covered, right? So regardless, we wouldn't have got in. It presented some of the elements, but not all of it. Some of the elements being that on a lower time frame, you get early buyers, right? So you see price here make a lower low, lower high, lower low. Price broke that, would have brought in buyers, liquidity are below all these significant lows, right? I say significant, like all these 15-minute lows, quite a group of them. When price swept that, you then got your impulse, right? And you could have then entered. But as you can see, price did sweep ever so slightly below that low by a few pips. So depending on your buffer amount, or maybe you have a wider stop, you might have got in there, maybe. But let's go with the rules that I was following and the lower time frame entry. Would have got stopped out if I did execute there. Aggressive push to the upside though. Everything's been met at this point, right? Because we've had the higher low, we're below the 50%, we swept liquidity to the left, we've had the early buyers down here, and then prices aggressively moved up, breaking lower time frame structure to the left, having that structural alignment as we talked about. So now we're on the Monday. So prices closed like this on the Friday. The Monday comes in. The Monday we just chopped sideways. Why is that good? Why was that good for me? Because now we built this liquidity here. Right? These lows and the highs. Okay? We've just essentially created that range. So again, going back to that thesis, anyone who's traded within that day, stops above, stop below. That's all it's going to be. Most people are obviously going to be looking for price to pull back, right? Why didn't I look for price to pull back? Because below this low right here, there is nothing. There's nothing there. So at most, price could take that low and maybe go higher. But that's about it. There's nothing else for it to do there. It won't look to go even lower because there's nothing for price to take. It needs that liquidity for the price to move. That is how price moves, is the orders, buyers and sellers. If there's nothing there, then there's nothing for it to do. So if we then go to the left, this is a fair value gap, I believe, on, let's just quickly check that, to the left. On a particular time frame, I'm trying to remember now. We'll quickly check, but it's essentially an area on one of these time frames. If we get back far enough, here we go. It won't be a minute time frame, but it could probably be a. I'm not even sure now. It'll be something, but essentially it's an area though, right, of interest that is marked out. Here we go. Sorry about this, guys. Probably making you all dizzy if this is on your YouTube or your phone. But essentially, this is an area of interest in terms of to the left. That price has already come into on the Friday, mitigated and had this reaction. So it's not really relevant anyway to when we then trade. So it doesn't matter too much on that side of things. What we're interested though in is that was mitigated and then obviously made a new high. So that's a new structure for that lower time frame. And again, taking that same mindset that price shouldn't break this low because there's no liquidity below it to take. We're in the 50% of this range. We've swept the range of the Monday, right? The liquidity of the low. And now we are interested over here, right? So what do we need to see? Remember, before entry, we want to see early buyers. Where are they? Right here. All right. Range. Yep. Why? Because this lower high, to the left was broken. What do people do? They're looking to now buy, break a structure. This was after that liquidity was taken as well. So adding up those layers.
Yeah.
Price then swept out. When price swept out, we didn't break structure to the highs here, right? We built this liquidity here, and then we had our impulse, breaking this structure. And that's the entry. Now for me, because price was so close to this low, if I'm not mistaken, I have the entries. I shared them in the Chart Fanatics Discord for free. Every trade I take, I document in there, win, lose, whatever. So I'll be able to have the screenshots for the recording. So you'll see the exact entry. But essentially that was it though. When price had impulsed up, I've executed. It'll be within this, whether it's at the high or not. But regardless, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I would have put my stop loss below the low to be safe, which means it's a bit bigger, but it could have been below this low. So we'll check that with the screenshots. But for me, it was quite simple. Why? And it's such a great trade. And I remember this trade though. Normally 1 to 3, right? In this case, I took some off the first 20% there. So in this case, just over 1 to 2. Why? Because of that range and because of the significant push and because this isn't the low that I usually would like to have in terms of the overall picture, I was like, in case price does react here for any reason and look to come back, I may as well pay myself something.
Yeah.
So I did take the 20% off here at 1 to 2, but rules-based, right? That structure and liquidity to the left. After that, however, price continued, right? And then this trade became a very big trade. I know I probably spent a bit too long breaking down one trade, but now we can, because we had the idea and everything broken down, what's the target for this trade? This liquidity. What was the secondary target, however, for this trade? The significant higher. When price gets to high territory, they're very close to each other. And I'll tell you something. This is something I learned from Fabio Valentini, because I believe at this point I had done the interview with him where he live traded. And it was a concept, even though he trades futures, even though he trades order flow, there was a concept that really stuck with me, and it made a lot of sense. And just hearing the concept allowed me to implement it, which is when price is compressing and like you're seeing significant rejections from let's say a high in this case, when price finally breaks it, it's going to aggressively break it. It's going to squeeze. And therefore it gave me the conviction that, hey, look, high, we go to the left. Sorry, should have gone different time frame. Go to the left, highs, right? So I already know there's a lot of that squeeze potential. So I had a lot of confidence that if we break this high, we're squeezing to this high. Yeah. Right? And that, again, I didn't have order flow. I didn't have to change my strategy. It's literally just the philosophy of understanding all this pressure is built in that area. So when it does break, that pressure is going to explode, if you will. Like it's going to have an aggressive push, which you see over here, look. Right? Now, let's speed up a little bit because of time. And I hope you're interested. But we have this trade on. Now it's break even. Now it's just, volume has been left on. From when we took, to be fair, I did take a small partial here, just in case, because it's a significant high, as you can see. Small partial, nothing major, because it was so close to this one anyway. But we're holding this now. Okay. Now, the idea is still in play, though, at this point, where prices here, 1 to 5, 1 to so on. And one of the hardships of swing trading is seeing P&L fluctuate over and over and over. Okay. So here was a great trade. Here was a phenomenal trade. The exact same, right? At this point, what have we done? We've made a new price range, right? Low to high. Okay. I'm going to delete the old one just so we don't get too messy. It's already messy. I know. I apologize. Oh, just to throw out there, by the way, this number. I've crashed my laptop now. I apologize. Here we go. This number, by the way, if we get back down here, was within the 2 and the 500, right? Wasn't quite in the 200 range. As I said, like before, when we would set limits, let's say I would have a limit on the 500, I'd have a 35 pip stop, right? Back in the this was back in the day. So 500, if I had a 35 pip stop, that would put us at 150, which means if I did that, it would have worked, right? But in this particular case, it wasn't direct on a 200 or 500 level. Anyway, moving on to the next one. So we got a new price range, right? Low to high. Same thesis. We're interested below the 50% is buying territory. What do we get? We get buildup of liquidity, right? Significant lows, inducing buyers here as well. So early buyers also. In this case, as you can see, just to mark it out so you can see it. Let me move this as well. So you see here, lower low, lower high, lower low. Price broke that. So then people would have been starting to buy here. And it did tap the 50% as well, just about. So people, again, even more reason why people might be like, oh, this is it, especially with the aggression we've already been pushing. Price sweeps this out, we come lower, and then we break structure right here, right? When breaking structure there, we also get an added confluence, if we want it, of this build up here, where price then sweeps. Because it broke structure there, this would technically be our protected low. And therefore stops can go below here, and we can execute in this region, right? If I'm not mistaken, I didn't take this trade though. I either wasn't at the chart or just did not execute it, but it fits the criteria. So another compound trade within the next leg is an opportunity, but I did not take that one. We get another one, however, over here to the left, where we actually sweep this low, right? Because if you think about it, what happened in this leg? We make a new high, but there's not really much liquidity left within, right? You have maybe this, that's about it. Price is now left still the highs to the left. If anything, we built more liquidity. If I just mark it out for you, in this case, and mark it out like this, right? It's building that pressure, right? So my thesis is still in play, and overall, bigger picture, we're still bullish. And just to add an extra layer, when I was posting these trades on my story, and we're here, bear in mind, and it's very messy. We're here. Everyone's telling me and replying to my story, but Riz, structure broke. We're bearish. You're going against the trend, right? And this is where kind of, as I said, like it's hard. Your perception. You have to try and read the candles. For me, I'm bullish. For me, this is the 50%. For them, however, that's a bearish breaker structure, and they're trying to sell here. So that was an added confluence for me. So even when that happened, if we go back now, apologies, just jumping around. If I keep looking at my watch, it's because as we like to do things, we like to just cram too much into one day. But where was I? I was just here. So this didn't put me off because I'm thinking it's cramming all this liquidity. That's just an inducement, a liquidity sweep. So for me, I'm like, okay, I'm executing this. So what did? The same thesis. Okay. We swept liquidity from the lows. And I remember here, going back to your question earlier, I remember taking entry here, holding, getting stopped out, right? Because the same thesis played out here as well. Early buys over here, you see them? Right? We're in the 50% of the leg, the previous leg still. Price then broke structure right here. It was a great entry. Probably did hit 1 to 3 to be fair, but taking very small partial and then taking out break even. Over here, and then when price swept the lows, now with the sweep of the lows, here's our early buys here, right? So then they get swept out. We don't see any breaker structure, so there's no reason for us to execute anything. When price gets down here, we then break the structure to the left here, and that presents this opportunity here, which I missed that one, which to be fair though, isn't necessarily, I would have got like, partials here and here, like obviously across these highs, but it didn't hit my overall target anyway, but I missed that one. And I remember almost looking at revenge trading here when price came back so aggressively because I had 1, taken a break even, and then 2, missed this one. And then price is back and I was thinking, oh, let me get in. But the fact that it came down so fast, I wasn't a fan of. And then same here, we don't have much structure here to work off. There's no real liquidity here in this leg down, so that price couldn't, even if it came up, like what's it reacting from? It's not sweeping anything. I didn't expect this to get taken out, but it didn't put me off when it did get taken out. And let me explain why. Because at this point we had taken this high, right? So then technically, again, that's a breaker structure, right? But why not? Because we've still got all that pressure building. We still got that higher time frame still in play. But mainly that pressure was my indication that, hey, this is just bringing in sellers, right? Especially the aggressiveness of the sell-off. People who just got taken out from selling from this leg or this leg down, they're going to be aggressively trying to sell. Now, this is beautiful, okay? And this is one I did take, and again, we'll have the screenshots and everything for you. Because this was one of those trades, when it played out, it got us the 20, 30K payout.
Nice.
So, swept the low. We have our early buyers. They get swept out. We then sweep additional liquidity to the left and probably daily lows as well. Price sweeps. We don't break any structure. Then it breaks structure. Choppy, but break structure. Very nice stop loss, right? Wherever we execute, again, the screenshots will be there for you so you can see the actual execution. Stop loss below the low. And this might have been a wider. I don't know exactly where I executed anywhere within there. It doesn't really matter though, because again, it's all negligible to the overall target. So all time new higher high is already, even with a 20 pip stop, is 1 to 10.
Yeah.
To the liquidity is a 1 to 15.
Crazy.
Right? And then same again within this leg. So it leaves the pressure. There's more criteria. Again, we'll go into that very quickly if we can. Over here to the left, right? It's very, I think you can see it already, right? No time at all. Early buyers.
Yep.
Sweep the liquidity, break a structure. This one probably had a wider stop, if anything, probably below the low. Probably get some opportunity over here as well. I don't know if I took this one or not. There'll be screenshots provided. I'm just trying to speed up for you. Same over here, again, another one. So now you made a new higher high. Still haven't taken out the new high to the left and not the liquidity up here. This one again, we take out this internal liquidity. We're below the 50%. You have the early buyers. They get swept out. This is a very aggressive move. I highly doubt I got anything there. This is on the 15 minute, to be fair. If we went down lower, potentially, but I doubt it because it looks like a news thing. So maybe no entry, but that's okay. Maybe an entry up here if you want a wider stop loss because there's still loads of room to get. But yeah, that's another one. Same philosophy.
Yep.
Now, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. So when we finally did take that liquidity to the left, bigger picture liquidity, I didn't get on my chart until about there, right? So that is about, let's see, about 50 pips, exactly 50 pips.
Yeah,
exactly what I said. I had to make a choice, right? Do I try and hold and get the 50 pips again? Because I missed it. I've been waiting all this time. Because bear in mind, look, if we get the time from first entry that I'm holding to the end, we're talking 43 trading days. So add weekends in there, you're talking 2 months, right? And some people might be like, 2 months for trades. But then when you add up all these trades, you're talking 30, 40,000.
Yeah.
And that's just me trading part-time, one pair. If I was able to trade more pairs, I could have traded more pairs. I just haven't spent the time to go learn the personalities. But let's say I had 2, 3 more pairs like that. And most of these moves correlate across, especially swing trading wise. And we replicate similar success. You could be talking in 2 months, 50, 60, 70,000 hands off, more hands off. Slightly more hands on, I guess, if you're monitoring more pairs. But so yeah, what is the 50 pips? Yeah, you've been holding for the 2 months and you've had this idea of taking profit. To be fair, I should have had hard take profits. The reason I didn't was because of the squeeze. I was like, that squeeze could be really aggressive. So I want to make sure I try and get hold of that. In this case, it wasn't as aggressive. It squeezed through the high, but not to that through that liquidity point. Yeah. So, and now imagine if I didn't, because that was the high. Yeah. From there, look. Yeah, and I would have probably started. That's where the emotions would have kicked in massive.
100%.
You know. Where are we for time? Yep. So let me try and speed run some stuff here now. But hopefully that all makes sense. Does it really replicate
100%.
Exactly what I did on the whiteboard?
It looks just like the whiteboard setups, which
I'm
is
glad.
great to see.
So those were those trades up to here. Okay. After that, I normally take a step back once a bigger picture idea is played out because I don't know what price might want to do. Structurally, we're bullish, right? But price may want to pull back. How do I delete all this mess now for you? Honestly, I am sorry. I'm not the best when it comes to keeping my charts clean all the time because I'm barely on them anymore. But that is an important necessity, though. You should have clean charts as much as possible because otherwise, look, it can get like this. And what you're seeing now, it takes away from price. And price, if you can tell from my strategy, is pretty much the core of it. We just use some of these lines and tools just to mark stuff out. But the new price range is formed, right? So now price should get to the 50%. Now I didn't short. I didn't short in this case. I waited for the longs. Plus I just had to wait for the payout to process all this stuff. I'm not in a rush. And again, I'm doing this part-time, so I'm not really bothered either.
Yeah.
But for me, why should we still have one more leg? Fair value gap above, right? We still have that monthly and weekly fair value gap significantly. We're very close to it. probably there's still now this liquidity of this high. So that gave me the thesis that we should still have one more leg. I hope, right? Could be wrong, but I'll wait for price to tell me. Great counter trend opportunities on the way down, more so here, right? Sell off aggressively, slow pullback, daily fair value gap, great short opportunity there into sweeping this liquidity to the left, right? This internal liquidity. Notice once all internal liquidity is taken, right? So that's that low I mentioned. Remember that when I said there's no liquidity below? Once all liquidity is taken, now we have the bullish move, right? So we go lower, we'll quickly try and dissect this down. What is this? This is that previous move. Which one do I have to let go first? Here's your range, right? You get into 50%, cool. More importantly, liquidity-wise, you're sweeping all the internal liquidity there. There's not really much below that. Fair value gap there on the 4-hour. Slow down in price significantly. I believe these are trades I took, which is why the risk reward tools are on there already. Let's just try and bring it to here for a moment. We go lower. And apologies, I'm speed running this slightly. It's more so just because of time. Yep. Here you can see the early buys.
Yep.
Yeah, early buys are swept. We're in the bigger picture, 50% of the daily range. We still have the monthly, weekly fair value gap to attack. We've swept all the liquidity from the internal range as mentioned, early buyers. We then get our breaks of structure. And here's where our entry. I don't know if my entry was exactly over here. I left this on. I didn't put this on now. So this, I imagine, is the trade I took because it's still on there. But again, screenshots attached. 200 level. So look at the entry, 185. So just under the 200 level for whatever reason, probably manually executed. For me, it seems like I chose the stop loss here. I might have, and we'll check again. Stop loss might have been below there. It doesn't matter because the reward is so big.
Yeah.
Where's the next one? Over here. So at this point, this one just went. And there are opportunities in here, as you can see, look. Internal liquidity, low to high. Sweep the lows. Early buyers right there, you see them. Price after taking them has a break of structure. Maybe I don't think I would have an entry there, but still potential. Very clean. Same over here. Look, high, down, early buyers, sweep, break.
Yeah.
Just repeat.
Yep.
Right, and this is a high time. This is not even 1 minute. When you get in the 1 minute, it does get harder because it gets so noisy.
Yeah.
And so expect if you're going to be doing scalping for this that you could take more stop losses. But you can tell that if you have a higher time frame perspective, you can get really great entries and not have to take too many stop losses in doing so. So here's the another entry that must have been taken. You can see it sits literally on the 6200 level here to the left. So it's literally on the level. The early buyers are earlier slightly, as you can see. Right here. Yeah. We're higher up in the price range, but we are in the discount of the previous leg. Yeah. And price is swept. We didn't get a break of structure here, so nothing to execute on. But when lower time frame wise, we swept this liquidity here inside, reacted to the left on the level. Nice impulsive break of structure, probably on the 5 and 1 minute, because we're on the 15 right now. Execution, stop loss below the low. And then that's all she wrote. Yeah, that went to the, let's see where that went. We're good for time. We can keep going. Where did that go? Sorry about that. Ooh. Oh, we'll just get rid of this. And where did that end up going? All the way to the new high.
Nice.
Right? So these ones probably, not probably, definitely, I would have been holding some decent volume and it would have come back to break even, right? I would have followed my 1 to 3 and so on, and again, screenshots attached. And you can check this all out if you want to actually see in real time with the messages and everything. Chart Fanatics Discord, the Riz channel, all my trades, losses, wins, all of them in real time, showing, oh, this one's still up, this one's not. It's all there. You can go check it out. It's all free, as always. But when it came back down, after going break even, I did take these 2 trades, right? And they were short. Why? Just because they were so simple to me. I was like, price is going to look to sweep liquidity, targeting this 5,800 level to the left. Literally, price hit my TP and then reacted, flipped off. Why did it go to that level though? This liquidity here. Sorry, this liquidity over here, these equals. Yeah. I got lucky placing a hard TP because if I was trying to get a squeeze or anything, I would have been thinking.
Yeah.
But we can try and very briefly take a look at these if we want. Just there. You can see these aren't like sexy trades or like anything too crazy. Yeah, one's a 1 to 3, one's a 1 to 4. But it's pretty simple, you know. In terms of building liquidity to the lows here, you can see prices come up, made in the opposite version here. So in this case, it would be bearish example, which is good. So bearish example, we're above the 50%. We get our early sellers. Actually, in this case, we get, this is a lower time frame, you can tell, but 5, higher, low, higher, high. So there's one here. But a bit more clearer is to the left here. Right. And then again, reaction from the level, that level is 6,500 here. And on the way down, I imagine on a 1 minute time frame, I'm executing on lower lows, lower highs, and then just targeting that liquidity to the low. And then similar here is again, pull back, bring in buyers. So in this case, technically early buyers, but using the flip mindset, if that makes sense. I'm just trying to see if there's early sellers here. On the 1 minute time frame, you can see here there's early sellers. And when I say 1 minute time frame, this is hopefully when you build your experience, you can see on a 1 minute, this would be higher high, that would be higher low, that would be higher high, and then it broke. Just trying to see if there's any even clearer ones. No, but then break a structure. And then as you can tell, execution is this lower low, lower high, execute, same target, ends up hitting, right?
Beautiful.
Let's keep going quickly.
You sure you're good for time?
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We'll blast it, and then because I just got to jump on like join a link, you know.
Okay, cool.
And then keep talking. So that was then the win for the shorts, and then here's the longs, right? And then these are the longs that we got to take all the way up to the fair value gap. And that was probably my last big, that was my last like big payout and stuff. And then after we hit that target, I kind of just took a step back.
Nice.
Because I was waiting for that target, as you can tell, for months.
Yeah.
Same thing though, really. Similar to that original trade we talked about. It had a really aggressive push. The liquidity, I didn't see price coming back below this low because there's nothing else. We've already swept liquidity to the left. We're bullish overall still. That target is still there. As you can see here, this I class as my early buyers because this leg here, low to high, that was my protected low, if you will. That's why the stop loss is below. This class is my early buyers here. It got swept, then execute, stop loss below the low, and then we're holding that. That one goes. This one I don't think I took, which is why there's no risk to reward tool there. But again, exact same thesis. Early buyers, liquidity swept. We come down, a lower time frame entry there. That's for we're on a 30-minute right now, so probably a 5-minute entry was easily possible there. We continue on. This is one I took because there's a risk to reward tool there. I think I might have taken. I think I might have closed this one a lot sooner rather than holding volume, probably because of where the entry is, or just took a lot more volume off. But similar thing. This one didn't have the discount, however. As you can see, not a deep pullback, but we're just following momentum because you can see the momentum for both of these longs are very strong legs. No like chopping around like we've seen over here, right? So sometimes you have to take, I don't want to say gut feeling, but personality. We're in momentum right now, strong momentum. So again, bringing in sellers through this lower low, lower high price action. Early buyers just here. This is on 30 minutes still, but you can see we break this previous high. So early buyers swept. Impulse, probably lower time frame entry right there, stop loss below the low, and I ended up taking profit a bit more, probably just where, I don't even know what it is to the left, but probably some sort of high, wherever we were, just over here. We're here, yeah. So is there any, that previous high. Yeah, that's why. I could see the momentum was still strong, so I ended up getting one more trade, which I then did hold into the fair value gap. I've gone to the 5-minute like a joker, so now we have to scroll, so I apologize. Don't know what that is. We'll come back to that. I messed up. I'm sorry, guys. Too many trades. But if you notice, they're all on euro. So this is one reason why it was actually quite helpful only trading euro was that I was just so tapped in to the price movements and the characteristics. So similar again, this one's obviously definitely outside of the usual strat, but I'm just following momentum, right? We've broken this high. We have not sold off at all. You can see here, if I try and bring price back, to, I don't know, here. And then go lower time frame now. Okay, that was smart. But you can see like fair value gap, higher low, higher high. I literally just executed off that. Early buyers there, you can see as well. Execute off that stop loss below the structure. And that allowed us to get the squeeze. But the squeeze was significant, look, because we got like a 1 to 7 out of it.
Nice.
And I more than likely held a lot more volume because it was just the end of the move.
Nice.
And that takes us to there. Now, very brief, maybe some lessons here for us to quickly look at as we wrap up right now. Is after that squeeze, I did not trade. There's a good short opportunity here to get to the 50%. So this 50% level, that is on a bearish one. Why? Because we then broke structure, right? That was the previous leg. Now, I made a mistake here, right? Here. They were great trades, great risk to rewards. As you can see, we achieved up to a 1 to 11 there, 1 to 9 there, and this one a 1 to 10. And I held too much volume and should have closed them. Why? Because we had made a new price range and we needed to sell from the 50%. Right? And I was just holding too much. I got married to my bias of getting this liquidity to the left and getting to the 50%.
This is Chris Creamer, one of the youngest World Cup day trading champions ever. At just 26 years old, he traded in the most prestigious trading competition on the planet, up against veterans, full-time professionals, people who've done nothing but trade for decades. And he didn't just beat them, he made 100% in a single month. And in this episode, he's breaking down his complete championship winning strategy, live, in person, for the first time ever.
Yeah, so the easy
morning good morning ចៅផែនថែមណាដែរបងម៉ោង5មួយគ្នាយើងអត់ដឹងសាម៉ោងបើកម៉ោងប៉ុន្មានចឹង5ណា Được đó ha mẹ. trời mà manipulate cái manipulate thì đây bông ôn cả PC cho mà tới đó thay kẹt với nó vô rồi lùi bên nữa đó thay kẹt lấy gold sẽ vào đây rồi lùi này hold short á my family ví dụ always profit rồi mấy cầm not always profit lòng cho đánh lùi tới đây lực đi xâm nạn tới đây dương rồi xâm nạn Đây một ngày nhưng mà bao cá. Anh chưa cho trời cho nghỉ ha. Mình kia xưa tha bon kích tham mía cho rồi cùng mùi lao nữa mình đừng vậy tham mía. Từ na tới nơi từ đại rồi. Tụi máy vậy bịch cá này nhà ban vui ạ. Mày bán em đừng gặp từ na nơi đại là tận muốn bắt ra. Thì từ na thì nơi lại đại á. Nhưng cho em biết đau là phải hôi xong tích tiên cho lừa vậy. Cho khổm điều giống mình lôi không không đỏ nên cho bây giờ tích khỏi tôi liên không đỏ nó muốn mưa tôi ọt cao đúng không với ọt tôi ná với nơi đại nè cho Việt đào đi bật ino lại vậy tại Việt đào không chăm trong chuột ơi anh ôi chết lần lửa có lần lửa dướng có lần nung có chuyện đánh cho tất cả chuyện đình nhưng ngập hay đi season dương thì vẫn đã đó chất pi bài phẩm quỷ trong dùng ba là chất Sam lấy cho mong vốn mò lại shot nó hold chào thế đấy vừa tới bởi em thị pin có tháp em có bị đấy phải cho chỗ thì pin cho mình normal của bạn này chưa hold cháo rồi đừng vô ạch ý phần nâng bông nâng tham mến bạn kia open bài xe đó là cho tử khơi vậy sao cho với khơi vậy tình bạn cho chứ cho lên nhá tình bạn này chọn đừng á trăm mong OV mong trăm để cái bạc xa trăm mấy tình ba này tứ 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 để ai Perman sa đào đối ai Perman sa đào đối ai đừng bị đào từ nào thế bờ lạng về vậy Balenciaga click 2 បងអត់បាទសល់កាលបងទីឥឡូវបងបាន5នាទីបើសិនយកណៃផ SC market ដូចសារ SC market ត្រូវគូកងមួយOrenda អញ្ចឹង5នាទីឡើងចុចទិញបានទេឥឡូវទិញបានទេហើយពី Orenda 5គុតទិញបានហ្មងឲ្យតែកន្លែងឃើញផ្សារដើរលោតហ្នឹងឲ្យចុចទិញបានទេបើវាអត់លោតផ្សារដើរទេចុចទៀតកើតទេ Orenda វាត្រូវការពេល5នាទីទៅ7នាទីតែជាទូទៅ5នាទីបានណាជួយមិនតើកណាtalk about me talk about me Balenciaga Cái này tí mong mà nắng là mẹ tinh như vậy cho phải lợn cái cho được cái lợn xong rách chất ở hơi mộtពេលខាត់បងលុយរបស់បងប្អូនបាយបងចូលយ៉ាងnày bằng cả lợn à tính mà dần tính vào tính màបងជួយបើចាំបងហូលបាយមើលណែបានគ្នាកុំឲ្យឯកា alone is not good to hold but at least you have me at least you have me to go with you lu 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 luស្ងាត់បងប្អូនដោះគេងផឹកឡើងចាំអ៊ុតមើលលុយ ភ្លើងចេះផ្ទះហ្គេមភ្លើង Firefighter អូយម៉ែស្ងាត់ចង់ឲ្យយ៉ាស់មាត់ប្រពេនេះហ្គេមជួសជុលឡាន Trong dụ ích này tính ba là ôn mấy bát bàn. Bà đừng ấy ôn là đừng màu vậy được tài. Balenciaga. Chạy chỗ trong ấy giác mod đây. Thôi game ấy à. Tôi story game ấy tôi đồn mấy vậy. Chơi này game lôi chứ đừng lên cho mịch y mà đấy à. Sao game không vậy mà. Clean the ears. Không biết bà lên đài tay click vào cả xôn màn một lại biết lôi màn sầm khăn. Em đọc gì cho khổ phì á rồi màn. Buổi mong khơi nhờ ít nét mày hai mà dạng nó chung miền bánh hà tại toàn cho chạy ba nặng đài. Và ông kịch hại nét và tu tới đọc ý em đọc tới màn rồi. Sẽ tung leo vào chứ mà được. Này họ lại đô leo rạch vía lần ăn liệm thịt ấy. Tinh bà này. Nạp mùi là thả gây ôn. Nâng khơi kia miền bánh hà tăng phía tật môn. Lần leo rạch họ lại lần leo rạch chứ. Lần leo rạch chứ. Unlimited đó. Bà này. Tầm miền kia miền bánh hà đáy à nè. Tật môn. Lưu kinh vậy chẳng đại. Cả nó bọn đứng theo một bánh hà ấy bọn đứng đại. Ở hiên vậy. Mà tà lặng leo rạch nợt cát nó một bị bánh hà cho cái tay kháng krôm hốn. Bọn đứng đại. Chuyện này nó ấy xua bóng ấy. Mình là cái xua bóng này nó không cụp bóng này. Thầy đón cả đôi khăn niềm ấy. Vì nè nó đi tầm môi mến. Đưa mình. MSI tôi hỏi đặt đi là xài trường thì sao thưa xài vui massage xài trường mũi Thôi bọn kênh cũng đợi to nắng tiết mà nắng ấy hạt pran ngược hạt pran cả đó được cùng lòi dùng cùng nợ Oke, akuច្រើនបងប្អូនសម្រាប់ការតាមដានទស្សនាវីដេអូ live មួយហ្នឹងយើងនឹងជួបគ្នានៅវីដេអូពេលយប់ទៀត Bye bye peace out ពេលយប់បងប្អូនអរគុណសម្រាប់ការcomment ការ like វីដេអូនេះ không biết nè họ trong school đó không biết video có xây môi là cắt cá thôi Work. Nope. Game yang sah mai lụa 12 rồi bây giờ game thì ai lụa chứ mà cái tình graphic trình mơ là lụa mỗi bị bơi buồn Bye.